All right, guys, welcome to the stream, traders. Today we're diving into breaking crypto news as Dogecoin and the rest of the altcoins and crypto market is going to be reacting to Trump's emergency announcement today, shaking up the markets. Will it have anything to do with crypto? Not directly, not likely, but the announcement will likely affect markets and the volatility. Is this the start of a massive rally or the next big crypto crash? Bitcoin struggling with $110,000, so we will be breaking down the charts, of course, but we will keep an eye on the news. I've got a few things pulled up we're going to talk about as well. Thank you guys for joining us. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're viewing us from. Thank you for joining us. Don't forget, of course, to smash the like button and hit the subscribe button on the way in if you are new to the channel. Follow me on X as well. Stay up to date with everything I am posting over there. You know, the price action right now is already showing some signs of a reaction leading into today's major announcement from Donald Trump. We'll break down real-time charts, Bitcoin and altcoin price action, and what this means for your next trade. Stay tuned. This could be the most volatile moment of the week. Let's get into it.
Wow, this is incredible. Driving through the future.
Again, good morning, guys. Thanks for joining us. If you're joining later on in the replay, welcome to the channel. This is Average Joe Crypto, or AJC for short. We have been here for a while. We are going to be taking a look at the breaking news today, which is going to be Donald Trump's announcement coming later in the day. We will be live and covering this and the market reaction to this announcement today. So again, thank you for joining us. Don't go anywhere and stay tuned. President Trump has already came out and mentioned something in regards to Russia and Putin today. We're just seeing some massive things that will definitely drive the direction of the crypto market for sure. So, and Bitcoin as well. So we are going to be taking a look at this and keeping our eyes on it this morning. And the first thing I've noticed this morning is that Trump has already posted on Truth Social and says that he's speaking with Putin, will disclose details of the call. He said he's currently speaking with Russian President Vladimir Putin on the phone. The conversation is ongoing, a lengthy one, and I will report the contents as will President Putin at its conclusion. End quote, Trump said in a post on Truth Social. So we already have Trump, prior to the live announcement later today, we already have Trump coming out on Truth Social announcing that he is speaking to President Putin right now this morning over the phone, and has said the conversation is ongoing, a lengthy one, and that he will report the contents once this conversation has concluded. And again, all of these things, major catalysts for the crypto market, stock market, and financial markets as a whole. Right now, we are in a very sensitive time, a very, very sensitive time. So as far as our bags go, our trades go, as far as all of this goes, it's a very sensitive time. And we have to take caution. We have to be very cautious, manage those risks, guys. Right now is a time to really lock in, okay? Because whatever is said in today's meeting and announcement, whether it be directly related to crypto or not, I guarantee you this will move the markets. So we need to lock in ASAP. Guys, don't forget to smash the like button on the way in if you haven't yet. Those of you that have, I greatly appreciate you. And good morning. I hope you're doing well today. Hope you are doing well. It is another beautiful day. We have had so many beautiful days in a row that I almost feel like I'm being scammed by the weather here lately. I don't know about where you guys are from, but lately the weather has just been so nice. It's unbelievable. So again, we've already seen Trump come out about this. Now, will this be related to the tariff trade war today? Will the announcement be related to economic policy, right? We've already got some ideas of what it could be. And we do, I do have some of this lined up here for us, and we will make sure we catch the announcement once it goes live. One thing I do need to do is open up the charts, because that is the one thing I don't have opened up yet. Now, guys, it's playing out. It's playing out, remember. Ethereum, guys, remember what I said about ETH. This is such a critical moment. I said this about Ethereum. Now, we're going to be looking at Dogecoin, but ETH right now is coming right down to the 50-week moving average right here. 3,800 is the 50-week moving average for Ethereum. And if you guys remember, this must hold. This must hold. We do not need to close a weekly candle below the 50-week moving average. Will today's announcement from Trump, will it pump, dump, or have no effect on the markets? Let us know what you think in the poll in the chat. Will Trump's announcement pump or dump crypto? 50% right now say dump. Deadwood, I appreciate you being here, my friend. Good to see you. Hope all is well. Lad Lewis, good to see you as well in the chat. If you're not engaging in the chat, what are you doing? What are you doing? Where are you at? I don't even know if you exist or not. Come on now. Get in the chat, folks. Let's engage. Let's discuss what is going on today with the crypto market as we await President Donald Trump's announcement. Let's get into the chat, guys. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. You know, I've been saying for a while now that this needs to hold for ETH, but I'm telling you, going into this announcement today, it's already looking rough. The market is already reacting. Okay, so we are already getting a reaction from Bitcoin's price, Ethereum's price. What about Dogecoin? We're going to look at it. But we are already getting a reaction before the announcement, leading into the announcement. And again, Trump has already came out today and mentioned this. So we do need to keep our eyes on the price here. We need to keep our eyes on the price. A Trump pump dance. That is true. Tobes for Doge. What is going on? When is he speaking? This is coming in later today. Let's see. In a couple of hours. We are still awaiting that and any new developments that take place. So I will be live covering this today. We will make sure and stay up to date with everything as it unfolds. Good morning, good morning, good morning. It is going to be a volatile day today for crypto and the entire crypto market, especially altcoins. Can Ethereum hold critical support at the 50-week moving average at $3,800? And what is Bitcoin doing under 110? What is Bitcoin doing under 110K? And are we safe? Are we safe from danger here, folks? Real quick, we're going to tune in on this as we await this later today.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. It's great to be in this beautiful Oval Office. Never looked so nice. We're getting great compliments, and you see outside how that's come out. It's been great. We make a lot of improvements to the White House, and we're doing that. One of the things you should be looking at is the Palm Court, because that's been totally redone. So we like to preserve and make better the White House, and that's really what's happened, and we're getting tremendous reviews, and we appreciate it. But we're here for a different reason. It's called Operation Summer Heat, which is an appropriate term in light of what we're doing. And early yesterday morning, I returned from the Middle East, where we celebrated a historic agreement to end years of suffering and conflict. Amazing. Every country came together. I mean, even the enemies came out and totally endorsed it. Everybody. I've never seen anything like it. Nobody's seen anything like it. And just as we are forging peace and stability abroad, we're also restoring peace and safety and stability at home. And you see that in Washington, D.C., maybe better than any place, because we got there, and within 12 days it was very good. And within 30 days, it's been as safe as any city in the country. It's been great. Took out 1,700 people, got them out. These are career criminals in many cases, and people that shouldn't have been allowed in by the Biden administration. Historically, the summer months have been a time when violent crime soar, as you know, but not under President Trump. Today, we're announcing the results of a sweeping law enforcement effort known as Operation Summer Heat. We were in many cities that people didn't know about. We kept it a little quiet, and it had a big impact, and you'll hear that in a second. But over the past few months, FBI offices in all 50 states made crushing violent crime a top enforcement priority. That's what they did, rounding up and arresting thousands of the most violent and dangerous criminals. And these are among the most dangerous and violent people in the world. They were allowed, in many cases, not in all cases, but in many cases, they were allowed in by a very foolish, actually stupid, open border policy. Just anybody could have come in. They emptied out their jails, their prisons, their mental institutions. They emptied them into our country. And the people behind me have done an incredible job, because if we didn't have that administration, it would have been so much easier. They allowed millions of people in this country that shouldn't have been allowed, including over 11,000 murderers, half of whom murdered more than one person. And many of them are gone now, or they're put in prison, because we don't want to have them come back. So we literally put them in our prison, which we don't want to do. But we bring them back to their countries. Working with state and local partners, the FBI arrested over 8,000 violent criminals during the course of this period. In major cities like in New Orleans, Nashville, we saw a 250% increase in arrests. And we really went after the bad ones. These include 725 individuals wanted for violent crimes against children and murderers. These arrests are in addition to the work of our historic federal task forces that Make D.C. Safe Task Force has been unbelievable. I mean, the job they've done, it's incredible. And it's been so nice, because so many people, they're going out to dinner and they're having dinners. They didn't go out for 4 years. And now they're going out 3 times a week. The restaurants are opening. Restaurants are full, and usually that means a lot of good things, but restaurants that were closed are now opening up, and everybody's happy. It's nobody's ever seen anything like it, actually, and everybody feels safe. You can have a child walk right through the middle of Washington, D.C., and nothing's going to happen. We were losing more than one person a week in Washington. They're being killed on an average of over one a week. The Make D.C. Safe Task Force has been incredible, and the Make Memphis Safe Task Force is having very similar results. It's much earlier, but we've been there for a week and a half, but I'm hearing the results are pretty incredible, and you'll hear about that. They're mobilizing more than 20 federal agencies for the largest law enforcement operation targeting violent criminals in American history. As a result of these efforts, violent crime declined nearly 20% nationwide compared to the same period last year, and it was the safest and most peaceful summer in 2 decades. And honestly, we haven't really even gotten going yet. If we didn't have to fight all of these radical left governors, we could have had Chicago taken care of, as an example. They had, in a short period of time, 4,000 murders in Chicago, and we have to listen to this man stand up and say that we're bad people. And the people of Chicago are walking around with MAGA hats. You have women, beautiful black women, walking around with MAGA hats. Please let the president in, and we don't care how he does it. They're not interested in National Guard or Army, Navy, bring them in, Marines, bring in the Marines. They just want the crime to stop, and more so because of the success that we had in D.C. I think if we didn't have that success, nobody would even believe it. So I want to congratulate all of the incredible law enforcement professionals joining us today, especially Attorney General Pam Bondi, who's terrific, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, who is a fantastic legal talent. He really is. He's a great guy, too. And, of course, FBI Director Kash Patel. They have worked so hard on this and other things. Since the start of the administration, the FBI has arrested over 23,000 violent criminals, more than double the number arrested in the final year of the Biden disaster. The FBI has also destroyed or severely disrupted more than 170 organized criminal enterprises and gangs, 1,600 of the most violent gangs, and confiscated over 6,000 illegal firearms. And they've tracked down and arrested 4 fugitives on the most wanted list. 4 of the most wanted. Actually, 2 of them were the most wanted fugitives in the world. There's still much more work to be done, which is why the FBI continues to work alongside the Department of Justice, the Department of Homeland Security, and the Department of War to defend. And Pete Hegseth has been fantastic, by the way, on this too, on other things, but on this too. To defend law and order and combat violent crime, arrest illegal aliens, and make American cities the safest in the world. And when I campaigned, I talked about crime, but I never knew that we were going to get into it like we did. You know, I mean, I used to watch these cities with the murders. Chicago recently had one deal where they had 11 murders in one weekend, and they said, well, yeah, but it was a holiday weekend. They actually told me that was the reason, like it was okay because it was a holiday. It was Labor Day. These people are the worst. They really have to, they better, I tell you what, the people in Chicago and the people in places like that can be fixed. At some point, it gets to where you can't fix it anymore. It's too far gone. And we have some cities like that. But these are great cities that can be fixed. I'm going to be strongly recommending, at the request of government officials, which is always nice, that you start looking at San Francisco. I think we can make San Francisco. There's one of our great cities 10 years ago, 15 years ago, and now it's a mess. And we have great support in San Francisco, so I'd like to recommend that for inclusion, maybe in your next group. You'll get great support. Every American deserves to live in a community where they're not afraid of being mugged, murdered, robbed, raped, assaulted, or shot. And that's exactly what our administration is working to deliver. I didn't realize I was going to make this such a big factor in the administration. I didn't really campaign. I campaigned on crime, but I never thought we'd go into every city and take a really safe city that we've all been living with for years and make them safe. And now it's like a passion for me, and it's a passion for the people behind me. So I didn't get elected. I did get elected for crime, but I didn't get elected for what we're doing. This is many, many steps above. And I want to thank Stephen Miller, who's right back in the audience right there. I'd love to have him. I love watching him on television. I'd love to have him come up and explain his true feelings, but maybe not his truest feelings. That might be going a little bit too far. But Stephen, thank you for doing an unbelievable job. And the people of this country love you, I'll tell you, and they love what you say about crime and stopping crime. So now I'd like to ask Director Patel to say a few words, and then Pam and Todd also. And I just want to congratulate them. This is an amazing thing, and we're just at the start. We're going to go into other cities that we're not talking about purposely. We're getting ready to go in. And when they go in, like Cash as an example told me that people didn't even know. 5 months ago, they went into Chicago, and they started doing a lot of work in Chicago, and we brought the numbers down a little bit. And but that really was just preparatory work for what we're going to do with the surge. We're going to have a surge of strong, good people, patriots, and they're going to go in, they straighten it all out. So a lot of these cities we're already working on, but we don't do it with a big flavor. But in a little while, you're going to see some numbers that you're not going to believe. And I think you'll probably start with Memphis, because I'm hearing the numbers are much quicker than we even thought possible. But again, D.C. it speaks for itself. Chicago is going to be okay. We're going to save Chicago. And I told you, and I told them, a very respected man, the head of the Union Pacific, said, "Sir, save Chicago. It can be saved." And the way he said it, it was like, can you believe it? We're trying to save Chicago. But I understood exactly what he wants, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to save all of our cities, and we're going to make them essentially crime-free, like other countries have crime-free. If you go all over the world, you go to the world, you hear Afghanistan and you hear all these different places. Our crime in certain cities is worse than anything they can even imagine. And we're not going to have that any longer. It's going to stop, and it stops right here. Cash, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. What I'd like to do is just highlight some of the outstanding work that the men and women of the FBI have been doing. And thanks to your brave leadership and the mandate you were given by the American people to not only defend the homeland but crush violent crime, you tasked us with our great partners at the Department of Justice and the Attorney General and the Deputy Attorney General to start making arrests and bring prosecutions and safeguard our cities. And you said it, this is just the beginning. In just 7 months, I hope the media takes a look at every one of these charts, because these are the best numbers for fighting crime in U.S. history, and it's only 7 months in. And to do that, our vehicle to do it of choice was Operation Summer Heat, which the FBI architected to go after violent criminals. And in just a 3-month span, you had 8,700 arrests of violent criminals. You had 2,200 firearms seized off the streets permanently to safeguard our communities. You had 421 kilograms of fentanyl seized. Just to put that in perspective, that's enough to kill 55 million Americans alone. You had 45,000 kilograms of cocaine seized, and thanks to our Department of Justice partners, you had 2,100 indictments in 3 months, from June to September alone. Mr. President, that in and of itself would be historic for a 4-year presidency. You did that in 7 months because you let good cops be cops, and you partnered us with the right people at the Department of Justice to put the handcuffs on and bring them to court and put them in prison. And if that weren't enough, when you look at the year, for the entire 7-month period that we're talking about here, if you look at the past 4 years of the Biden administration, 16,000, 17,000, 15,000, 15,000. That's the number of arrests year over year of violent felons in this country for the Biden administration. Mr. President, in 7 months, you have 28,600 arrests of violent felons in just 7 months alone, because of your leadership and the dedication of the men and women at the FBI who want to go out there.
I do just want to remind you guys to stick around so that you don't miss the trading analysis coming forward and Trump's live announcement coming later today.
This number is historic by every metric. 28,000 people have been arrested, violent felons alone. And then when you go over there and look at some of these charts, if you don't mind, I'll just hop over here. Look at the metrics for not just violent crime, but the homeland. Mr. President, during your administration, the FBI has found and located 5,400 children. That is a 30% increase year to date over the last administration. Violent crimes against children arrests alone are up 10%. Gang arrests are up 210% in the last 7 months alone. And transnational organized crime, which Stephen Miller has been a great partner in, is up over 12% alone. These numbers are historic just as a snapshot But just so people don't think we're focusing on violent crime alone, the national security mission, Mr. President, under your leadership has never been stronger. We have gone after espionage activities against our main counterparts in China, Russia, and Iran. In China alone, we've had over a 50% increase in espionage arrests alone in prosecution. In Iran, we have had a 50% increase, again, in espionage cases. And in Russia, we've had a 33% increase in espionage cases alone. When it comes to counterterrorism, year to date, we have 125 arrests this year versus 100 last year, year to date alone. And when it comes to the cyber criminal activities, which are some of the largest enterprises plaguing everyday Americans, we at the FBI have put out a mission to go after cyber criminals like never before. Last year, they had in total 191. This year, you already have 252 arrests. 52 arrests of violent cyber criminals who are stealing from senior citizens, who are violating our children's rights and freedoms, and who are violating everyday Americans. These programs are record. And two of the things I'll finish with that I'm most proud of, Mr. President, this FBI. Fentanyl. As you know, it's a scourge that is killing our youth, 100,000 plus a year. To date, the FBI has seized 1,900 kilograms of fentanyl. That's enough lethal doses to kill 127 million Americans alone. To date. And if that weren't enough, Mr. President, you said we have to go after the worst of the worst. And you empowered our Department of Justice, our Attorney General, our Deputy Attorney General, and the Deputy Director at the FBI led the charge, not just on summer heat, but he also led the charge to the FBI's 10 most wanted fugitives. These people have been on the run for years. And in 7 months, you captured not one, not two, not three, but 4 of the FBI's most top 10 fugitives. 4. And just to put that in perspective, Mr. President, the Biden administration captured 4 in all of 4 years. You're on 7, and we're going to get to 10. We're going to get to 10 of 10. This includes a lady who murdered her 6-year-old handicapped child and fled to India. We got her in 2 months. This includes a narco trafficker. This includes a sex trafficker. This includes another first-degree murderer and gangbang. These people were on the run because of the prior administration's reckless policies that destroyed our communities. And you came in and with a mandate said, go after the worst of the worst. This is just the beginning. This is what happens when you let good cops be good cops at the FBI. Mr. President, I just want to thank you for your incredible leadership, our brave partnership with prosecutors who know how to bring cases and make sure these arrests stick. And that's what the Attorney General and the Deputy Attorney General have led the charge across this country. Because arrests without prosecutions are meaningless. We are deterring criminals from doing this activity. We are preventing criminals from coming into America, and we are absolutely crushing violent crime like never before and defending this homeland, sir. And not to mention, I almost forgot this one. It took you, sir, 2 weeks to get the Abbey Gate bomber. Joe Biden had 4 years to look for him. You got him in 2 weeks, thanks to the interagency effort by the FBI and the CIA, went to Pakistan, and now 13 brave warriors who were sentenced to murder because of disastrous Afghanistan withdrawal. They have justice, their families have a peace of mind, and we're going to continue to find the others, Mr. President. On behalf of the FBI, sir, I just want to thank you.
Thank you very much, Gates. Great job. Very good. Very impressive. Pam, would you like to say something, please?
President Trump, the men and women of law enforcement say 2 things to me repeatedly. First, you have taken the handcuffs off them and let them do their jobs, and you let cops be cops. That's why all this is happening. The director, the deputy director are working around the clock. All of these great men and women in the FBI, they have families at home, and they are working during a government shutdown right now. Many of them have small children. Many of them, I was talking to an agent this morning, many of them have babies at home, and they are working around the clock to not only keep our country, but our world safe. And that's what Operation Summer Heat did. Thank you, Director, and to the Deputy Director for everything you did on behalf of the Department of Justice, and you're going to continue to keep doing. And they set the stage for what we're doing in Memphis. You're going to hear a lot more about that, our joint task force next week, but they set the stage for Memphis. And last night alone in Memphis, there were almost 70 arrests. There were 12 guns seized. And there was a 70-year-old man arrested as a result of our operation in Memphis who raped a child under the age of 3. That one case makes everything we're doing worthwhile. So thank you all for being here on behalf of both of us. Thank you, President Trump.
Thank you. Todd, do you want to say something?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. President. So this is a great day, and I think there's stats that the director talked about which are important, but I want to give 2 examples of what summer heat has done that actually will apply hopefully to everybody in this room. The first is for over 4 years during the last administration, there was a hotel in a town, the middle of a town in Alaska, that was being run as a drug den. There were over 1,000 calls to 911 over 4.5 year period. There were multiple violent crimes, drug dealers, overdoses, and murders at this one hotel, ruining a community. Summer Heat went in there, not only arrested all the participants that were controlling the hotel, but seized the hotel. And so that's one example of what summer heat means to everyday Americans that just want to live in peace. The second example is a large narcotics trafficking group that was selling fentanyl in the state of Washington. They were shipping fentanyl and using commercial aircraft, putting fentanyl pills and powder in suitcases, flying them from the southwest border, mostly Arizona, all the way to Washington. It had been going on for an extremely long time, and the entire organization was arrested. And I say those two examples because it's easy to look at the board and see 1,000 arrests. How much different is our communities now compared to the past 4 years? But there's actual life examples. Every one of these arrests means that our streets are safer, and that's because of the work of this administration, of President Trump and Director Patel. So I will tell you, Attorney General Bondi and I are together every day with Director Patel, figuring out ways that we can continue to do this work, and it's not going to stop. Like the Attorney General said, and like the President said, this is just the beginning, or phase one, or a start, whatever you want to say, but it will continue on. So thank you, Mr. President, and thank you very much, Director Patel.
And Mr. President, just one last thank you from the men and women at the FBI. You found a way to get these individuals paid during a government shutdown, our 1811 agents. So on behalf of the FBI, it's a great debt that we owe you, sir. They're now allowed to pay for their families, so thank you.
And the military. Good.
That's right.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Any questions, please? Brian, go ahead.
Mr. President, first of all, I know the feedback I'm getting from the American people, but they want to say thank you. Law and order is not an option in this country. It's a mandate. So I know the American people thank you for that. In terms of the guns that have been taken off the street, do you have a number of how many guns were taken away from someone that had a prior felony or a previous crime that perhaps we can prosecute that? Because I know that wasn't the case under Joe Biden.
We don't take guns off the streets of people that are allowed to have guns. So every gun that we're taking off the street is because it belongs to somebody who is not allowed to have it. Could be a felon, could be somebody who hears illegally. There's all sorts of conditions. But if there's a gun taken off the streets by the FBI, it's because the person who has it is not allowed to. It's not somebody who's lawfully allowed to have it. So every single one of those guns were taken off of people that aren't allowed to have them.
And not including the FBI, all of the other agencies. ATF alone, since January 20th, has removed over 25,000 illegal guns off our streets, just since President Trump's been in office.
And Mr. President, if I could follow up on that, could there be any further conversation to have national concealed carry applied to actual DC? Like if you had a driver's license in Texas and you had a permit, of course you could drive.
Well, as you know, they've been talking about that for a long time. It's an interesting question. A lot of people feel strongly both ways, but we are talking about that, Brian. Thank you.
Mr. President, on Venezuelan boats, I want to ask you, why not have the Coast Guard stop them, which it is empowered by law to do? You know, this way you can confirm who's on the boat and ensure that they're doing what you suspect.
Because we've been doing that for 30 years, and it has been totally ineffective. They have faster boats. Some of these boats are seriously, I mean, they're world-class speedboats, but they're not faster than missiles. But we've been trying to do that for years, and so much of the drugs, 25-30%, would come in through the seas. Right now we have, I would say, none coming in through the seas. In fact, I don't know about the fishing industry. If you want to go fishing, a lot of people aren't deciding to even go fishing. We've almost totally stopped it by sea. Now we'll stop it by land.
What's the next
But
step?
it never worked. It never worked when you did it in a very politically correct manner.
What's the next step in this war on cartels, and are you considering options, are you considering strikes on land?
Well, I don't want to tell you exactly, but we are certainly looking at land now because we've got the sea very well under control. We've had a couple of days where there isn't a boat to be found. And that, I view that as a good thing, not a bad thing. But we had tremendous amounts coming in by boats, by very expensive boats. You know, they have a lot of money, very fast, very expensive boats that were pretty big. And the way you look at it is every boat that we knock out, we save 25,000 American lives. So every time you see a boat and you feel badly, you say, wow, that's rough. It is rough, but if you lose 3 people and save 25,000 people, these are people that are killing our population. Every boat is saving 25,000 lives, and you can see it. The boats get hit, and you see that fentanyl all over the ocean. It's like floating in bags. It's all over the place, and it's a tremendous. We're saving tremendous amounts of lives. Yeah,
Mr. President, on that issue, I know you've talked about, I have a question for you, and then I also have a question for Director Patel. I know you talked about having some distaste for Boston recently. Is this one of those cities that you might be looking into, and can you give us a hint about other cities that you might be?
You're saying for where? For where?
For Boston.
Yeah, well, Boston has a bad mayor who at least is a reasonable IQ person. You know, most of them are low IQ. But, and they're so bad. I mean, what's going on in Chicago is just, you'd think the guy would say, hey, look, we have a problem, Mr. President. Could you come in and straighten it out? We could have that done in a month if we had their cooperation. It's going to be done anyway, but we could have it done in a month. Yeah, Boston, she's got 4 areas that are, wrong. And, somebody said, would we think about taking the World Cup away from Boston if they don't straighten it out? And the answer is yes, we have the right to do that with FIFA. So if we think that LA is going to be bad, or we think that applies a little bit to the Olympics too, but we'll talk about FIFA first. FIFA is very hot. If we think there's any reason that, whether it's Boston or anywhere else, that they're not doing their job, we're going to take those World Cup games and move them someplace else.
Thank you. And then Director Patel, there's been so many conspiracy theories swirling around about the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Do you have any updates for us, especially in light of all the online content that everyone's been talking about?
The only thing we deal with at the FBI and the Department of Justice is facts, and we delivered in record speed a manhunt to capture Charlie Kirk's alleged assassin in 33 hours. And if you put that in perspective to Luigi Mangione or the Boston bomber, they took them 5 days and a police officer lost their life in their manhunt. We are running out absolutely every single lead, and the best thing we can do to honor my friend Charlie Kirk's life is to make sure that everyone involved is prosecuted to the full extent of the law, and that's what we're focused on, investigating the facts, not trading in conspiracy theories.
Okay.
Mr. President, thank you so much.
Thank you.
In light of China's export curbs on rare earths, do you view India as a reliable partner going forward? And are you planning to meet Prime Minister Modi in Malaysia? Are you open to talks in terms of
Yeah,
trade?
sure. He's a friend of mine. We have a great relationship. He just said that 2 days ago, as you know. We have a great relationship. No, we were not happy with him buying oil from Russia, because that lets Russia continue on with this ridiculous war where they've lost 1.5 million people. By the way, Russia's lost 1.5 million people, soldiers mostly. This is a war that should have never started, but it's a war that Russia should have won in the first week, and they're going into the 4th year. And I want to see it stop. So I was not happy that India was buying oil. And he assured me today that they will not be buying oil from Russia. That's a big stop. Now I got to get China to do the same thing. That is relatively easy compared to what we just did over the last week in the Middle East. Middle East was 3,000 years, and we got it done. This is 3 years, and I think we'll get it done. I think that President Putin, I think he wants to get it done. We'll see. There's a great animosity between him and Zelensky. You probably have noticed, right? And I think it's hurting the process. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, thank you. Curious, why did you authorize the CIA to go into Venezuela? And is there more information you can share about these strikes on the alleged?
Well, I can't do
drug busts in
that,
the
but
Caribbean?
I authorized for 2 reasons, really. Number one, they have emptied their prisons into the United States of America. They came in through the border. They came in because we had an open border policy. And as soon as I heard that, I said, a lot of these countries, they're not the only country, but they're the worst abuser. And they've entered they've allowed thousands and thousands of prisoners, mental institution, people from mental institutions, insane asylums, emptied out into the United States. We're bringing them back. But that's a really bad, and they did it at a level that probably not, many countries have done it, but not like Venezuela. They were down and dirty. And the other thing are drugs. We have a lot of drugs coming in from Venezuela. And a lot of the Venezuelan drugs come in through the sea, so you get to see that. But we're going to stop them by land also.
Does the CIA have authority to take out Maduro?
Oh, I don't want to answer a question like that. That's a ridiculous question for me to be given. Not really a ridiculous question, but wouldn't it be a ridiculous question for me to answer? But I think Venezuela is feeling heat, but I think a lot of other countries are feeling heat too. We're not going to let this country, our country, be ruined because other people want to drop, as you say, their worst. They have given us their worst. They've loaded up our country with prisoners, with mentally ill people that are seriously ill, criminally ill, and we're not going to take it. And so, I mean, it's just one of those things. And I can tell you, we've taken care of the sea. There's nobody, and we're watching. We're watching. And if we see it, we'll save it. Yeah, please.
On the ships, though, sir, there are Republicans and Democrats up on the Hill concerned that in the briefings they've gotten about those attacks, they're not necessarily getting information about who was on them and what exactly was on those ships. Can you ensure that at
but
least
they are
lawmakers
given
will be told
information that they were loaded up with drugs, and that's the thing that matters. When they're loaded up with drugs, they're fair game. And every one of those ships were, and they're not ships, they're boats, they're speedboats. They're extremely fast, record-setting type speedboats. They cost a lot of money, and they have a lot of money because they're drug sellers. But they know one thing, and they all have the same thing in common. There's drug dust. They call it drug dust. They call it fentanyl dust all over the boat after those bombs go off. And you can take along.
attack them, though, that they're a drug
We know before. We know when they go out. We know we have much information about each boat that goes out. Deep, strong information. Yeah, please.
Sir, you're going to have Vladimir Zelensky here this week. What is your message at this stage of the war for him? And shy of tomahawks...
To who is that?
For Zelensky.
Yeah.
And shy of tomahawks for Ukraine, are you considering other options, and will you speak with Vladimir Putin?
No, we're looking at other options. We are. President Zelensky's coming in. I'm not a fan of the war. I'm not a fan of the way it started. It should have never happened. It wouldn't have started if I were president. The election was rigged. And because of that, we lost a lot of lives have been lost because of that war. Not American lives, but if I can save a lot of lives, that's why I'm in it. I want to save lives. I've had 8 wars. The Prime Minister of Pakistan got up the other day, said so beautifully, says, you saved millions of lives. He told that to a group of people right in this office. He said the president saved millions of lives. And I think what he's referring to is the fact that that would have been with India a nuclear war. That was getting very close. You know, 7 planes, they don't talk about it, but 7 aircraft were shot down. In fact, we have the new ambassador to India right here. They're well represented. You better represent us, not them, okay? But Sergio's going to do a great job. He's going to do a great job. But no, we'll be talking about the war with him, and we'll be talking about, I mean, they want to go offensive. I'll make a determination on that, but they would like to go offensive, you know that, and we'll have to make a determination.
Can I follow up the question? Given you have the FBI Director and Attorney General here today, Jim Jordan has asked Jack Smith to appear in front of the House Judiciary.
You mean deranged, Jack? He's a deranged individual, yeah.
He has asked him to...
Well, they should. I'm surprised it takes so long. You know, we're talking about violent crime. What about the crime against a political opponent? That's what we have to talk about, too.
Jordan would like to understand the full extent to which the Biden-Harris Justice Department weaponized federal law enforcement. What do you think the committee will find out, Mr. Smith?
I think it was the worst weaponization of a political opponent in the history of the world, let alone this country. And I hope that everybody's, you know, they're involved in it. I'm not. I'm the one that had to suffer through it and ultimately win. But what they did was criminal. Deranged Jack Smith, in my opinion, is a criminal. And I noticed his interviewer was, I think that was Weissman. And I hope they're going to look into Weissman, too. Weissman's a bad guy. And he had somebody in Lisa, who was his puppet, worked in the office really as the top person. And I think that she should be looked at very strongly. There was tremendous criminal activity having to do. If we don't have fair elections in this country, we're not going to have a country. And I've said it from the beginning, fair elections and borders. And we need also fair press, because if you don't have fair press, it's very tough. And we've got the strongest border of anybody. Nobody has a border. We have a border where the numbers just came out again. You saw 0 people came in illegally. Now, we do take people into our country legally, but 0 people. But you know, you're talking about a different subject. You're talking about political crime. They have committed massive political crime. I hope they're looking at Shifty Schiff. I hope they're looking at all these people. And I'm allowed to find out. I'm allowed to, you know, I'm, in theory, the chief law enforcement officer. But I have a very good, talented group. This is about something else. But I hope they're looking at political crime, because there's never been so much political crime against a political opponent as what I had to go through. They raided my house in Florida. It was an illegal raid. I have a lawsuit that was doing very well. And when I became president, I said, I'm sort of suing myself. I don't know. How do you settle the lawsuit? I'll say, give me X dollars, right? And I don't know what to do with the lawsuit. It's a great lawsuit. And now I won. It sort of looks bad. I'm suing myself, right? So I don't know. But that was a lawsuit that was very strong, very powerful. They raided illegally my house in Florida, Mar-a-Lago. They went through the drawers of my young son. They went through all of the cabinets and drawers of the First Lady. She walked in, she said, wow, what happened? Because she's very meticulous, and this wasn't so meticulous. As she looked into the drawers and she saw everything a mess. It's what they did against a person that just got out of office. And then you look at these corrupt people. You look at Hunter Biden. You look at the signature. As an example, the auto pen. I just signed so many different things. An admiral, a four-star general. I'm signing them left and right, the commissions. And by the way, I want to compliment John Thune and also Mike, our great speaker. But John Thune, all of a sudden I'm getting these things by the hundreds. I was getting one every 2 weeks. It would have been 4 years before you got them in more. You would have had some that didn't even get in, all because of Democrat obstruction. So John Thune did a great job. I must have signed 200 into the administration. We're just about caught up. It's amazing. And so compliments to John. He had to do some things that were very tough to do that he didn't want to do, but he was forced to do it by the Democrats. And as far as the shutdown's concerned, this is a Democrat Schumer shutdown. And he's trying to do it to get relevance back into the party because he's a loser. I've known him all his life. He's always been sort of a loser, but an intelligent one. But I think he's losing IQ points with time. I think that happens. I hope it hasn't happened with me. I know if it did, you guys will let me know about it very quickly.
Question on violent crime, sir. Here in D.C., a judge has given the two teenagers that beat up ex-DOGE staffer Big Balls probation.
It's incredible.
And no jail time. Is this justice?
Jeanine Pirro is doing a fantastic job, and she is beside herself because you have these radical left judges that they beat the hell out of this guy. And there was many people against this one guy who was really trying to protect his girlfriend. He didn't want his hooded over the door but they really beat him up badly. That just happened, right? Wow, that's terrible. I think the judge should be ashamed of himself. That's a big problem. You know, they can do their job and then they go into a court and the people are protected by these, I don't know where they come from. Where do these people come from? Where do the judges come from? I want to compliment on behalf of Pam and Todd and all of us because, Cash, I think that Jeanine has done a fantastic job. And the case I heard was like flawless. It's a flawless case. They have them on tape. They have everything. And then a judge gives them a little probation. These are rough guys. And they're young. And if that happens, they're going to grow up. They're going to be real bad. They're going to cause a lot of problems. Yeah, please. Go ahead.
So, Sergey Bohr has just gotten back from India. Right. What were the conversations like with Prime Minister Modi and the other?
I think they were great. He reported to me that he's a great man, you know. Modi is a great man. That he loves Trump. Now, I don't know if the word love, I don't want you to take that any different. I don't want to destroy his political career, okay? But you have to understand, I've watched India for years. It's an incredible country. And every single year you'd have a new leader. I mean, some would be in there for a few months. And this was year after year after year. And my friend has been there now for a long time. And he's assured me there will be no oil purchased from Russia. I don't know, maybe that's a breaking story. Can I say that? Would you say? There will be no oil. He's not buying his oil from Russia. It started. You know, you can't do it immediately. It's a little bit of a process. But the process is going to be over with soon. And all we want from President Putin is stop this. Stop killing Ukrainians and stop killing Russians because he's killing a lot of Russians. Again, it doesn't make him look good. It's a war that he should have won in 1 week, and he's now going into his 4th year. That does not make this big so-called war machine look good. But he could make a settlement. We're willing to settle. I thought we had a deal. The hatred of the two leaders is very, it's an obstacle. It's an obstacle. There's no question about it. But I thought we had a deal 2 months ago. Who would think I created peace in the Middle East and can't get the two guys to settle? But I think we'll get them. But if India doesn't buy oil, it makes it much easier. And they're not going to buy. They assured me they will. Within a short period of time, they will not be buying oil from Russia. And they'll go back to Russia after the war's over. Jennifer?
On the shutdown, sir, are FBI officials being paid right now? Are all the FBI employees being paid? And are all the
Well, that's what I understand. I hope so.
Thanks to your great work, Mr. President, the 1811 special agents at the FBI are going to receive their paychecks.
Got a lot of people paid, actually. We got the people that we want paid, okay? And we want the FBI paid, we want the military paid. We got the people that we want paid. And I'll tell you, the Democrats, they don't talk about this. You know, we're getting rid of programs that we didn't like, but that were negotiated in, but we didn't like. We're terminating those programs, and they're going to be terminated on a permanent basis. And it's thousands of people, and it's billions of dollars. We're getting rid of a lot of things that we never wanted because of the fact that they made this stupid move. And they don't want to talk about it. You know, they have their day coming up. I hear very few people are going to be there, by the way. But they have their day coming up, and they want to have their day in the sun. But they should really make a deal. So what we're doing, I mean, they call him Darth Vader, but he's actually a very nice person, Russell Vogt. But Russell Vogt is really terminating tremendous numbers of Democrat projects. There's not only jobs, I mean, the project in Manhattan, the project in New York, it's billions and billions of dollars that Schumer has worked 20 years to get. It's terminated. Tell him it's terminated, Jennifer. All right.
On Hamas, sir, what is your understanding of the pace of returning the deceased hostages? Are you pleased?
Well, they're looking for them. Absolutely. They're looking. So we have the living hostages all back. They returned some more today. It's a gruesome process. I almost hate to talk about it. But they're digging. They're actually digging. There are areas where they're digging and they're finding a lot of bodies. Then they have to separate the bodies. You wouldn't believe this. And some of those bodies have been in there a long time. And some of them are under rubble. They have to remove rubble. But there are graves, and some are in tunnels that died in tunnels that are way down under the earth, and the tunnels are like 3 feet. Can you believe it? 3 feet high. They lived like this for a long period of time. It's a horrible atrocity. At the same time, we, meaning Israel, but I knew everything they were doing pretty much. I knew most of the things they were doing, but they've killed probably 70,000 of these people, Hamas. And I said, it's time now. So we'll see what happens. We'll also see what happens. Your next question is going to be the weapons. We want the weapons to be given up, sacrificed, and they've agreed to do it. Now they have to do it. And if they don't do it, we'll do it.
We had the head of CENTCOM today suggest that Hamas needs to hurry up and disarm and follow your comprehensive plan.
Yeah.
That it was the head of CENTCOM saying that. Is that not a signal to Hamas, to the rest of the world, that at some point the U.S. military may more directly engage?
We won't need the U.S. military. We won't need it.
Why not just you?
Because we're very much involved in it. If we weren't involved, there wouldn't be peace. If we didn't destroy the nuclear capability of Iran, that deal would have never happened for two reasons. The Arab nations would not have felt bold enough to do it because you have a very powerful, at that time, Iran. It's not powerful anymore between what Israel and us did. Because, the attack was, if you look at it, we helped them very much. They will be the first to tell you, including shooting down thousands of drones that were coming into Israel. We shot them down. We were shooting them down like it was target practice. But we shot down thousands of drones and missiles also going into Israel. But between what we did to Iran that way with the, conventional, we will call it, and what see that beautiful plane, that B-2, I noticed it on the desk. I always thought it was beautiful, but I never understood it. Now I understand it. It took in hundreds of thousands of bombs in the form of two, but hundreds of thousands of pounds of bombs. And every single bomb hit perfectly. Then they sent Tomahawks in. They sent 30 Tomahawks on top of it. And that was totally, CNN said, well, maybe it wasn't as bad as, as Trump said, because I said obliterated. Obliterated is not a strong enough word, actually. And you saw the Atomic Energy Commission came out and said the word obliteration is very, very, think of it. They came in under potential fire. They entered Iran airspace late at night, in the dark, no moon. The moon was low for a reason. What time we picked it. Couldn't see anything. And they hit every target, and they weren't hit. Nobody saw that plane. That plane is stealth. Nobody saw it. The problem with that is it may be stealth today, but tomorrow it won't be. And we just ordered about 20 brand new B-2 bombers. It's unbelievable as a weapon. I know Putin, when I was riding with him in Alaska, we passed a lot of them. And he said, that really did the trick. I said, yeah, it did. It's amazing. The flying wing.
But you still foresee no reason for the U.S. military to get involved in Gaza?
No, I don't see that. No, I think we're going to handle it very well. We'll be helping Israel. But we have other countries that are now. We signed, many countries signed. And many of those countries relatively are very strong military powers. And Hamas has no support. See, Hamas had the support of Iran. And now Iran says, don't get us involved. The last time they got them involved didn't work out too well. So they used to have the support of Iran. Today, Iran they're trying to survive. When I heard the reports 2 weeks ago, Iran's looking to build a nuclear weapon, I said, don't worry about it. They got a lot of things they want to do before nuclear weapons. I said, the last thing they want to do is a nuclear weapon. It didn't work out. And if they did a nuclear weapon before they got even close, that site would be attacked and it would be wiped out. Yeah.
Mr. President, you're meeting with President Xi in a few weeks.
Yeah.
If you can't come to an agreement or a deal at that meeting, are we in for a sustained trade war with China?
Well, you're in one now. Look, we have 100% tariff. If we didn't have tariffs, we would be exposed as being a nothing. We would have no defense. They've used tariffs on us, but we've never had anybody sitting in that chair that felt the need to do it. And they've allowed us to be $37 trillion in debt, et cetera, et cetera. Tariffs are a very important tool for our defense, for our national security. If we don't have tariffs, we're not going to have national security. As an example, if you look at Pakistan and Iran, I told them I was in the midst of negotiating a trade deal with Iran, and Pakistan was going to be in line. And because of tariffs, they all want to negotiate much differently. We're making a good deal. And then I heard that they're shooting at each other. And I said during one of my conversations, are you guys going to go to war? Two nuclear powers. We are thinking about, I said, here's the deal. You go to war, I'm going to put a 200% tariff. I'm going to stop you from doing any business in the United States. I said it to both of them. Within 24 hours, the war ended. That would have been a nuclear war. And again, the Prime Minister of Pakistan, who was here 2 weeks ago, said that man saved many millions of lives in front of a whole group of people because he thought it was going to be war. But when it came to war or having to pay massive tariffs, the tariffs overrode. That's why it's so important. Not only the money, we're taking in trillions of dollars, not only the money, the power to keep peace, the power to be used for good is enormous. But a lot of people didn't understand tariffs. It's also made us very rich. We have a big case coming up in the Supreme Court, and I will tell you, that's one of the most important cases in the history of our country, because if we don't win that case, we will be a weakened, troubled, financial mess for many, many years to come. I don't even know if survivable is a good term. And if we do, we're going to be the most powerful economic country in the world. And all we're doing is using them as a defense against what took place for many years. China would charge us tariffs. It was incredible, but we weren't allowed to charge. And we're allowed to do whatever we want. We just had presidents that didn't want to do it for whatever reason. And it was nothing. But of the 8 wars, I was saying 7, of the 8 wars, I would say tariffs are directly responsible for me ending 6 of them, 5 or 6. Without the tariffs, you have wars raging all over the world. With the tariffs, other than Russia, we have no wars out there. And we've made a lot of good friends, too. Tariffs are so important to our national security. If we don't have tariffs, we don't have national security. Our country would suffer a level that, because they use so strongly on us. As an example, the European Union, they won't take our cars, they won't take our agriculture, they won't take anything, but they send their cars in, Mercedes, BMW, Volkswagen, by the millions. We don't send any cars. They don't take them. They were tariffing us out. Agricultural products, they don't take our agriculture. They want their farmers to do it. I understand that. But it was very unfair, and they were tariffing our product. They're keeping out by using tariffs. And we didn't use them, but I used them. And now we made one of the great deals with your $650 billion they pay us. And we've evened it out. It's really a good thing to see. And you have to understand, they've all signed. Japan, South Korea. I mean, South Korea, $350 billion up front. Japan, $650 billion. And they've all agreed to it. They're all happy. But before, it was a total ripoff. And if we don't have the use of tariffs, we have no national security. This country will have no financial security, will not have national security. And the people that brought the lawsuit are people that are aligned with foreign nations that are now being treated fairly, as opposed to just ripping us off and ripping us asunder. So, if we are not allowed to use what other people use against us, there's no defense. It would be a disaster for America. That's why I think I'm going to go to the Supreme Court to watch it. I've not done that, and I had some pretty big cases. I think it's one of the most important cases ever brought, because we will be defenseless against the world. Okay?
Mr. President, you'll go to the tariff case?
Did you have one? Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to ask you about the Georgia Senate race. I know it's very early, but there's several Republicans in that field that are vying for your endorsement.
A lot of good people in that field.
Yes.
I know all of them, actually. I haven't made a decision on that, but you have some very good people in the Georgia Senate race.
Well, Governor
What else?
has endorsed.
No, I know, the governor has, and he's spoken to me about it a lot. He likes that candidate a lot. And I understand that. I haven't made a decision yet. But I'm following that race very carefully. I think it's very important for Georgia to get a real senator, because the senator they have now is a horrible senator. He allows all the crime, all the borders. You have open borders. I mean, his whole philosophy is a disaster. That's not representative of the people of Georgia. I know the people of Georgia. I won Georgia 3 times, but they say twice. Okay, I won it very big the last time. And I won it big the first time. And I won it big the second time, but we had criminals that didn't allow, I hope they're going to go into that. I hope they go into the votes which are being stored in Fulton County and take a real look at those votes, okay? Because I won it the second time, too. But I know Georgia very well. I love Georgia. Those people are great, and they deserve a good senator, because the man they have now is a weak, ineffective person. Okay.
By the way, you won Georgia 3 times.
Yeah, I agree. Do you agree with me?
I do.
He's the media.
For someone that
He's the
spends
media.
a lot of time in Georgia, I believe you won that.
Yeah, okay.
I really have a question about
The word believe isn't strong enough, right?
Yeah,
You
I
know.
There you go.
It's true. I know I won, too. We have the great Newt Gingrich. Newt, you agree with us? Good. Otherwise, I'd have him dismissed immediately from the room. You know, his wife, as you know, is becoming an ambassador to a great country, Callista, so congratulations. And we're going to take a picture. And the only reason I'm doing it, he speaks so well of me. He said, I'll go down as the greatest president in history. And then he blew it. He said, I'm not sure if I put him above Washington or Lincoln. So I'm not that happy about that, dude.
I've got a question about the weaponization of the DOJ. The media often says your department is weaponizing the DOJ.
Yeah, that's the opposite.
It's the opposite. Todd, you represented President Trump and probably the greatest weaponization of the DOJ by Alvin Bragg. You know firsthand, if you can describe what you saw under the Biden administration and how they weaponized the DOJ.
Well, I think it's hard to describe what happened those last 4 years since President Trump. Alvin Bragg, a local prosecutor, his office staffed by somebody from New Jersey. Jack Smith, picked as a special counsel, staffs his entire office with DOJ prosecutors. And then there are countless things that happen. All in writing, most of them on the docket, that require no explanation except a complete abomination of the place that the Attorney General and I run now and Director Patel. So when people talk about this department weaponizing, it's embarrassing. Because there's no scenario in which you can look at what we're doing, restoring justice, doing the right thing in every single case, and say that that's weaponization, and yet remain eerily silent about what happened for the past 3 years. I mean, you read these articles and giggle, because it cannot be true that people really think that what they did to him, not once, not twice, I'm still counting 3, 4 times, but we're the ones that are weaponized. So this man.
All right, guys. So today we've been taking a look at President Trump joined by FBI Director Kash Patel at a high-stakes press conference touting their federal crime crackdown and Operation Summer Heat. But I want you to pay close attention, watch closely. When law enforcement and federal power are placed front and center like this, it can shift risk sentiment in the markets fast, especially the crypto market. If this announcement signals escalating enforcement or broader mandates, crypto assets could be one of the first to react, whether through regulated pressure, narrative shifts, or capital flows. So as we track the Trump announcement coming up, remember what we just saw with Patel. It may be a preview of how he'll interpret or enforce those policies. Stay sharp, guys. This is not just political theater, although most of it usually is. It's potential market direction in action. Now, Trump's live announcement today, coming from the Oval Office, is still underway. We are tracking that, and we will be bringing that to you live as it unfolds, as well as live trading insights on Bitcoin, Ethereum, Dogecoin, and maybe some other altcoins as well. So stick around, don't go anywhere. Thanks for being here, and don't forget, I truly would appreciate it if you could just take 1 second to tap the like button. It truly helps and is greatly appreciated. Thank you guys for being here. Hope you're having a wonderful day today. We're going to get into the charts and the price action soon and see exactly how the market is reacting leading up to Trump's announcement today and going forward. Thank you guys for showing up, guys. Greenfingers, ATL Guy, Deadwood, as always, Stragahart, good to see y'all in the chat today. Hope you guys are doing well. All right, let's get right into this. We will go ahead and dive into some price action analysis here on Bitcoin and Ethereum and Dogecoin as we continue to await today's major live announcement. It is still coming, guys. We will be bringing that to you live as it unfolds immediately. So if you just stick around, we will get right into it and take a look at some price action going into the announcement from Trump today. Again, guys, thank you for joining us. Thank you for being here this morning. Good morning. Good morning. Hope you guys are doing good. We have an eventful day today for the crypto market, an eventful day for Bitcoin and Ethereum and Dogecoin. Bitcoin is struggling with 110,000. Doge struggling with 20 cents. Ethereum struggling with 4K. All major levels in the price of each coin, right? So, let's see what today brings. Trump's announcement will be going live soon, and we will definitely take a look at that. Now, we just took a look, and we were watching Trump's press conference with Kash Patel, and in my opinion, some of this, a lot of it, especially when he was talking about the tariffs and the trade war with China, some of it seemed more, I would say, dovish. I would say less extreme, right? It seemed more leveled out. Now, the announcement today will likely not be directly related to cryptocurrency, but the announcement today, if in regards to tariffs or the trade war, or even if it's related to the war going on, or Venezuela, if it's related to any global macro events, anything going on globally, it could still affect Bitcoin. It could still affect the crypto market. So we still have to be vigilant, cautious, and make sure and pay attention to what Trump says today. Greenfinger says, Uptober sentiment really hurting now. You know, the Uptober thing, you know, it's funny that the government shutdown has been going on since the beginning of October. And then, you know, the Uptober, everybody expecting Uptober. But yet we had the government shutdown. Honestly, do you guys feel like the government shutdown has affected things? It's affected economic data, key crucial economic data for the Fed and rate cut decisions. So, you know, the government shutdown possibly putting the damper on Uptober. And, you know, if the government were not to have shut down, would we still have gotten Uptober? Maybe not. Maybe not. But let me know what you guys think in the chat. Let me know what you guys think on the poll in the chat. Will Trump's announcement pump or dump crypto? Oh, wow. Okay, ETH. Can ETH pull this off? You know, we are coiling up here for some nice moves on the price action, depending on what happens coming up with Trump's announcement. The price action looking nice right now. We are trying to find a bottom here. Now, Bitcoin did lose 108. Bitcoin lost 110, lost 108. We are now at 107. CME gap at 104. So, you know, we just have to wait and see what happens. Do we need to come all the way back down again to 104,000? Likely not, but, you know, let's see what they do here on the short term. You know, that would put in a nice little double bottom if we did come back and pull back down. Definitely need some more chain link. Deadwood, I need some more chain link as well. Greenfinger says, I think 187 Solana long is green. Let's go. Need a couple of Solana as well. You know, how many Solana is enough Solana? I mean, do you need 5 Solana? 10 Solana? 20 Solana? How many Solana is enough to get that bag right, you know? How many Solana is enough to get that bag right? I'll be honest. I would love to have, I think 10 or more is a good solid foundation, you know? A good solid foundation is 10 or more Solana, right? And if you can't afford 10, right? I mean, obviously right now is not really, I mean, it is a good time to buy. Don't get me wrong. In my opinion, right? In my opinion, it's a good time to buy. You know, the dip, not the highs, but the lows. Now, of course, we don't know. Nobody knows what to expect going forward. You know, I've heard talks of things. I've heard talks of ideas of what to expect going into, you know, November, December of this year. I've heard things like, you know, we could be expecting a big drawback, a big pullback, a nice one more, right? Just one more. It's always just one more, right? It's always one more dip, one more correction, one more opportunity. Well, hey, if it's a dip or a correction, it's still an opportunity long term. I don't care if you're buying, you know, if you look back and you bought the top, even if you bought the top, granted, you don't want to buy the top, but even if you did, you hold it long term, and look what Bitcoin has done, you know, consistently breaking all-time highs, consistently, you know, the quickest all-time high breaker in the financial market, right? The quickest all-time high. Bitcoin all-time highs break more than you know, I was trying to think of a good funny analogy there, but I couldn't on the spot. Dang it. Yeah, somebody help me out in the chat with that. Bitcoin all-time highs breaking more than what? Breaking more than the homies break bread, man. It's like ETH, you need as many as you can get. Hey, there you go. That's it right there. Look, can we not be bullish, ETH? Can we not just hold that? Can we be bullish right here? Can we get a reversal right here? Let's be bullish. Let's run up to this POC. Look at that. Come on. Let's run up to the POC. Or let's come on back down. Let's pull back. Let's pull back. My goodness. Let's just go ahead and see if we can't rest here. Right? Let's see if we can't rest here. If we get a continuation down here. ETH below 4K is a little nasty. I don't like it. You know, I don't necessarily like it. But it's not like it's also not the end of the world. You know, it's not the end of the world whenever you consider the fact that ETH has been in much lower territory. Whenever you can remember ETH, you know, below $100, then ETH below 4K is not that big of a deal. And if you can't remember ETH below $100, well, it's probably okay. It's probably a good thing, because you'd probably be like me and you'd be kicking yourself in the ass for not buying more. So it's okay. Sometimes it's better. It's better just to not know, you know. Not know about the missed opportunities. Or is it better to know? Because then you can teach yourself for the future to not miss out on those opportunities. Like anytime ETH dips, you know, I mean, we've talked about the case for a bear market low for Ethereum, right? Where are we going to be buying ETH in the bear market? Okay, ETH did break that support as we were talking about there. We are at this little bit of support here. Not sure that's going to be enough. I'm going to expect us to come on down here to 39.11. Let's see if we can hold that. ETH dropping on my head right now. Guys, thank you for joining us. Don't forget to smash the like button on the way in. I have drank so much water this live stream that, you know, my bladder is full, y'all. Trump's announcement is still coming, guys. We are still waiting. It is coming soon. Please, you know, don't panic. Do not panic. Okay. But the announcement is on the way. And, you know, I have a little bit of a mixed feeling about it, you know. What to expect? Should we be expecting the worst? You know, I mean, I guess some people out there prefer to always expect the worst. You know, the whole expect the worst, hope for the best. You know, I guess in trading and in situations like this, I guess that is the better option, right? Don't panic, it's organic. ATL guy, don't panic, it's organic. Last ETH I bought was at $139. Deadwood, you bought ETH at $139. You know, my friend, buying Ethereum at anything under $1,000 at some point in history is going to be, it's going to make you like, people will be looking at you like, wow, you know. I mean, anybody that is lucky enough to have gotten Ethereum under $1,000, count your blessings, friends. Count your blessings. Now, you know, will we have another chance to get ETH under 1,000? Oh, I just don't know about it. You know, I don't think. I think there's just. There's too much strong support. You know, what is, how many, you know, how many Ethereum are, you know, locked up forever, right? You know, how do we even determine at this point what the floor price of ETH really is? I really don't think that ETH will go. I don't think we'll have that opportunity, that chance. But do I hope so? You know, it's funny. I seen a meme the other day, and it was talking about how altcoins and cryptocurrency, it's the only asset class that you hope and pray that traders are hoping and praying for the price to go down. Now, I still want the price to go up, but would I love for the price to go down? Ooh, would I love for the price to go down at the right time, you know? Without catching us off guard, you know, without throwing us the old curveball. Wouldn't it be nice to have the prices come down at a time where you have the opportunity to buy that dip and get those juicy low entries? Not like the flash crash we seen with the liquidations, right? That gave nobody hardly a chance to even think about what was going on. So what we need is a good opportunity to buy Ethereum, to buy Bitcoin, to buy Dogecoin, to buy Solana, to buy Chainlink, to buy Cardano, and hell, you know, let's buy XRP while we're at it too. Let's buy XRP while we're at it, because by all means, you know, by all means. Gosh, ETH, come on now. My first level to look at on this little pullback for ETH, if we don't, you know, reclaim that POC right there, that's that first level to look at. I mean, will we come all the way to this measure move target? You know, it's still, we we almost, right? We almost lost 3,800 right there on that bounce, man. We came very close to losing 3,800. And I have said it many times, ETH needs to hold 3,800. 3,800 is the 50-week moving average. 3,800 Ethereum has got to hold. Okay, here comes Bitcoin down as well. Now, I just want to say, let's see. We have support right here, though. We might not be breaking to the downside yet on this. Now, let's go ahead and reassess the juice here. What is happening here? What is happening? We are attempting to form a different pattern than originally. And it looks as though ETH is still within this pattern. Hey, so with that being said, the bounce is in on the support. So this measured move is still in play currently, and this measured move is still the same. We're still going to be looking at this as well for the downside if ETH doesn't break above the 200 moving average right there, break above that downtrend support. Bull flag action. Can the bull flag break bullish? Can the bull flag break bullish, or does the channel need to break down? Bull flag measure move to the upside would get us right up to that local point of control at this top. At 4,000, right at 4K, $4,050. Beautiful little run up there would be nice. Let's see what we get. ETH on the bounce. Bitcoin target here still in play to the downside. Would still put in a nice healthy double bottom right here if we don't break to the upside here. Now, what about Dogecoin, right? What about Doge? Because we do have the Bitcoin price. Bitcoin price right down here. Okay, we can keep our eyes on Bitcoin or any altcoins. We'll keep our eyes on the price, but we got Bitcoin up on the screen. So we already know what's going on. We can check back on our patterns here and see how it's unfolding as we await Donald Trump's massive announcement today, and this will include multiple different topics. So be prepared for it to actually affect the market, right? Be prepared for it to actually affect the market. Now, how about Dogecoin? What about Doge? Let's see. Again, Dogecoin as well, consolidating down to this breakout moment, breakout point. Still struggling with 20 cents, right? Still struggling with 20 cents. And right now, 19.5 even coming in as resistance. So, can we get a breakout Doge? Can we get a breakout Doge? Because you know what? We need to see it. We need to see it, Doge. We need to see it. Now, I'm doing my best to make this support, but if it doesn't look right, I won't keep it in. It does look right, though. It looks good. We are trying to get a bounce on that, confirm that support. Right, now, can we get a break to the upside? Bitcoin lost its support there. Unless we need to reassess the pattern here, we could be forming a channel. Again, short-term price action, constantly. You're going to have to constantly reassess until the pattern is confirmed, right? Once you get a confirmed pattern, then you got your confirmed breakout targets. Got to get that pattern confirmed first, though. Asymmetrical or descending, right? Actually makes a pretty big difference. Either way, looks like we're not, you know, it would be important for us to see us put in a double bottom here at 107, right? I mean, if not, if we can't put in a double bottom at 107,500 right here, you know, if we can't come down and do this, then lower low incoming. And I don't know if you guys remember, but let's go back to this real quick, because my box for ETH, our levels for ETH played out perfectly, right? This level played out perfectly. Look at this bounce off of the box. It played out nicely, okay? Very nicely. Now, will it hold? You know, we're already retracing back down to that support, so we have to see if that's going to hold. And if not, we know exactly where to expect it to come down to next, right? And this box is going to be the potential to fill out the rest of that liquidation wick, right? We almost filled it out all the way to the bottom of the wick with this consolidation here. But we did get a nice bounce, nice little relief bounce off of this dump. But if this support doesn't hold here, it's likely we come on down here. And, you know, 3,500 is the current low. I personally really want to see ETH hold. I really want to see ETH hold the $3,800 support. Because we just need to hold it, right? We just need to hold the 3,800 support. In order for Ethereum to follow this trend, to follow the trend from 2021, we're going to have to see ETH hold the 50-week EMA. And we're going to have to see it hold the 3,800. I mean, maybe 35 to 3,800, right? The current low from the wick is good support to look at. But I would get concerned if we, maybe not if we go below 3,500, but if we stay below 3,500 for very long, if we get a weekly candle close for ETH, you know, if we get a weekly candle close for ETH below 3,500, I'm not going to like that too much. I'm not going to like that too much at all. That would be putting the price of ETH below the 50-week moving average. And in my opinion, Ethereum holding the 50-week moving average right here, which is right at 3,800. Right at 3,800. ETH holding this moving average is going to be key for a $20,000 Ethereum. It's going to be key for even a, you know, for anything above the current high. Because as soon as we break below the 50-week moving average right here, that breaks us back down below this key resistance, right? Key resistance of our pattern. And it's not going to be good. If we fall back down into that, you know, that means we will likely come all the way down to the support line at around 3,200, which would put us lower than 35. And it just wouldn't look too good. And that might be something we should expect going into the end of the year, especially if we expect this to play out and the cycle to go on into possibly July of 2026, which at this point is seeming to be more and more likely as time goes on. It really does. Now, does that mean that we will just keep going up after this liquidation? after these major liquidations, will the price just keep going up? No. Most likely, we've gotten the dip in that we needed because of the liquidations. It just happened a lot faster than we expected. But if we break the 50-week moving average, then I would expect the rest of this year to not look so hot. But I would expect the beginning of 2026 to take off with a bang. Okay? Especially if we have new crypto legislation or new crypto bills that gets passed in the U.S. government going into 2026. And these are all things to pay close attention to. And again, guys, we are going to be taking a look at the announcement live from Trump as soon as it unfolds. We are still awaiting this, and we'll bring this up as soon as it becomes live. Kevin Brown from across the pond awaiting results. Make or break. Let's go. Kevin, I appreciate you being in the stream today. Good morning. Hope you guys are doing fantabulous. Yes, I said fantabulous. Fantastic. Hope you guys are doing fantastic. Hope you guys are doing better than Dogecoin right now. Oh, you know what? While we await this breakout, I really have to go pee. I'm sorry. I'll be right back. Well, guys, what happened while I was gone? What exactly happened while I was gone, man? What'd y'all do? What did y'all do? Oh, man. Okay, well, Doge. Come on, Doge. Come on, man. Let's at least hold 19 cents, Doge. Let's at least hold 19 cents, bro. You know, there's really no other way to look at that. Oh, nasty. Nasty, nasty, nasty. You know, we have to be a little bit hopeful, right? But you know, we are okay. Here we go. Here it comes. Just got to break that downtrend. Just got to break the downtrend. Now, guys, the announcement from Trump is still underway. Oh, I am definitely anxious to see how this plays out. Now, ETH right now well on its way to the target. You know, we had the bullish case in just in case, right? Just in case. But it looks like we can go ahead and get rid of that. The bearish measure move is definitely playing out, guys. Okay, so Trump right now has not spoke yet. Okay, right? No. Okay. All right, guys. We still are awaiting this, man. Still awaiting this, and the market is already, man, are we pricing this in as bearish news already? Oh my goodness, here we go, folks. We have 59 votes on the poll in the chat. Will Trump's announcement pump or dump crypto? Right now, we got 50% saying they think it's going to dump the crypto market. Will we get the Trump dump in? Ooh. Bouncing on the point of control. Bouncing on the point of control. Can we just expect a nice, beautiful bounce after this announcement from Trump, right? Because look we coming on down, guys. We're coming down, and it doesn't look good, you know. So when Trump goes live, we are already seeing Bitcoin drop to 107,900. Okay. We're pretty darn close to the what I call the liquidation wick, right? The liquidation wick at 102,000. Oh my. Are we going to is this, how bad is it going to get, you know? How bad is it going to get? Or is it a double bottom, you know, which we can go ahead and get rid of this now. But the downside measure move almost, man, almost, look, honestly. I still expected double bottom action, right? Slightly higher low there. Slightly higher low, but still possibly double bottom. Possibly double bottom ETH, double bottom Bitcoin. And the announcement hasn't even taken place yet. So we are still awaiting the announcement, and we're waiting to see if we get a double bottom. If we can get a double bottom, can we get W's for the win? Can we get a W for the win? What is up, Taja? Welcome to the stream. Thank you for being here. My prediction is Trump's going to make BTC go volatile, but no real price movement. Well, I somewhat agree with that opinion. But you know what? We are getting awfully close to 105,000. I mean, we're getting awfully close to some critical price levels here, guys. We might be getting ready for some real price movement. All eyes need to be locked in here, folks, as we await President Trump's live announcement Thursday, October 16th. Thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Smash the like button on the way in. What a roller coaster, man. What a roller coaster, man. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. I mean, if you're in crypto still, if you're still here, then you are built for this, right? You're built for this. Smash the like if you are built for this, because only certain people are. I'm telling you what. I'm telling you what. And you know what? I will say this, and I would love to know the opinion of the chat. But I don't think age really makes a difference when it comes to crypto investing or Bitcoin. And especially the meme coin. I mean, well, what do you guys think? This is where I want your opinion, right? What do you guys think? Do you consider, like what I'm trying to say is, do you consider the meme coin sector of crypto, is it more geared towards younger folks? Or does it really matter? What do you guys think? And also, when it just comes to general investing into cryptocurrency, is it, because I always like to say, it's still the Wild West, right? Technically, I feel like it is still the Wild West of investing. And it really was about 8 years ago. It almost felt like you were doing something, under the table. And that was before you even got asked about crypto on your taxes, When I first got into cryptocurrency in 2018, you did not get asked about cryptocurrency on your taxes. I remember when they first started this. I remember seeing it for the first time, and I thought to myself, you know what? This is a good and a bad thing. I thought to myself, man, this is pretty cool that I am seeing the word Bitcoin and crypto on a tax form. I was like, man, adoption. But then I thought, do we really want this? Or is it impossible to avoid? I think it's impossible to avoid. If we want Bitcoin adoption and crypto adoption, then it was impossible to avoid. But at the same time, I thought, man, this is crazy cool. Went from nobody at all, and even then, the tax lady was like, she had no idea what they were doing. They literally had no idea what they were doing. They 100% relied on you to provide your transactions and everything. They had no idea what they were doing at the time. That was well before any crypto firm was reporting to the IRS. Now, we need to get prepared here, folks, as we are closing in on some serious price action and critical support levels for Bitcoin and Ethereum, as well as Dogecoin, as we await President Trump's live announcement today, October 16th, 2025. Thank you guys for being here. And the bounce is in. The bounce is in. But can we get a W for the win? Oh. Okay, guys, so my target was hit. Guys, my target was hit perfectly. Okay, right into the box. And then we bounced, folks. What a nice bounce, guys. Can I get a like button tap? I do appreciate you for being here, but we just witnessed live on stream the TA play out beautifully, and this is why TA is important. You know, when people say that TA is useless, I can't help but laugh. Technical analysis is exactly what has helped me even begin to be profitable in crypto investing and trading, and especially in trading. You know what I say? I say the only time that people, the only type of people that will tell you technical analysis is useless are the ones that don't know how to really use technical analysis. Seriously. And it doesn't always get you the exact price target, you know? Sometimes you got to put a little box in, you got to have a range, and then you be the judge of where you put your take profits and stop losses and that type of thing. But, you know, when you get a bounce like that, right? When you get a bounce like that, that's nice confirmation that you were on track. You were on track, and we had to reassess things as the price action moves. You have to reassess your vision and your analysis sometimes, right? But taking into consideration the MACD, which you guys cannot see. Oh, I apologize. Taking into consideration the MACD, right? And where it crossed and where the measured move target was, you know, it really is nice. That's a nice trade right there. That's a nice trade. Again, thank you guys for being here. Don't forget to smash the like on the way in, and of course subscribe to the channel if you are new. We are looking at Ethereum currently. Bitcoin also in this possible double bottom formation, and our Bitcoin measured move target actually hit too. Did it hit perfectly though? Very close. Again, look at that. The wick was at $107,693, and the target measured move was $107,600. So again, it's not always the exact price, but that's why we get a range. We put a range in here based on previous price action. Gives us our support to look at. Now, can we get a W for the win, folks? Can we get some W's in the chat, please? Can we get some W's in the chat? Let's get that energy flowing. Let's get that energy flowing, folks. Okay? Awaiting President Trump's live announcement today, we are still catching these trades. Haven Peck, welcome and thank you. Let's go. I just longed ETH, Pingu, Crow with all inappropriate leverage, of course. Let's go. Haven Peck in the house. Yo. My God. My God. Taja, what's going on in S Dogen with the W? Can we get some wins? Can we get some wins? That's a nice trade. Haven Peck, I wish you luck, my friend. So you went long on Ethereum, Pingu, and CRO, all before Trump's live announcement. You, my friend, are a beast. Let's go. S. Dogen with the W for the win. Haven, I wish you luck, my friend. Nothing but GG's. Let's go. As we await this live announcement from Trump today, will it pump, dump, or have no effect on the crypto market? What do you guys think? Let us know in the poll in the chat. We have 65 votes currently. Will Trump's announcement pump or dump crypto? Right now, 49% say dump, 31% say pump. It's a fight between the Bulls and the Bears today. Who will be the winner? And Haven Peck, I love the energy. That's the kind of energy that I want to see. That's the kind of energy that I want to see. And the whole crypto market is awaiting President Trump's live announcement today. Can we get the pump in? Can we get the pump? Chain Opera AI up 16%. Layer 1X up 13%. And what was this? Ribita. Ribita by Virtuals is up 42% right now, folks. Okay. Great channel, Joe. Just subscribed from across the pond. Kevin Brown, I appreciate you from across the pond. Thank you for subscribing. Look forward to seeing you in the next one. What is going on with this? So, Ribita by Virtuals. We are on a tear. We are on a tear. What exactly do we have going on here? What exactly is going on here? Really though, what exactly is going on here? What? Okay, guys, we will be looking into this one, man. I want to know what the hell is going on. I don't know what this is. I have never even heard of it, right? Where were you on that one, Green Fingers? I've never even heard of this one, guys. I don't know. What's it? What is the ticker? Tibber? The ticker is Tibber. Ribita. I don't know, guys, but it is on one hell of a tear since like March of this year, right? It's since March of this year, it's up. What is it? 2,700%. Seems to be holding a pretty steady uptrend, and it just got a massive bounce today. Look at that. Uh-oh. Can our W hold support? It's coming. Uh-oh. Bitcoin is coming on down. Coming back down to support. We lost this little bottom formation right here. Unless we can get a triple. Can we get a triple right here? We had a nice rounded bottom going here, and we just broke it. Can we get a triple? Can we get the triple? Triple Big Mac bottom. I don't know. She's coming down quick. Can we get it? Can we get it? Can we get the triple Big Mac bottom? Let's talk about if the W's play, right? If the W's play, where's it gonna go? Let's talk about that real quick. Trump is coming to be with us live soon. We don't want to miss the announcement. I keep on pulling it up, and we're going to make sure we do not miss this. And we're going to analyze the markets live in real time while the announcement is going on right here with you guys. So smash the like button, subscribe if you're new to the channel, and engage in the chat if you would. I will be replying to you guys in the chat. So definitely engage with us. Engage in the chat. You are free to spam the chat with comments, questions, whatever it may be. Maybe you want me to look at an altcoin for you. I will do that as well. If the support is, if we lose support, right? If we lose support, lower low incoming. Which is what we don't want to see, but we don't want to see Bitcoin have to come back to 102, right? We don't want to have to come back to 102,000. We don't want to see it, but it might be what it takes. It might be what it takes, folks. We do not want to see Bitcoin drop to 102,000, but it might be what it takes. It might be what it takes if the W doesn't play. What is going on, Jake? Thank you for being here. Can you look at XCN? Absolutely, guys. Don't forget, drop your coins in the chat. XCN for my man, Jake. One time. One time for the one time. Ooh. Ooh. Let's do it this way. Oh my goodness, we have to talk about it. We have to talk about it. We definitely have to talk about it real quick. But XCN for my man Jake. Haven Peck from the ashes. Let's go. I dig it. I dig it. Doge. Come on, Doge. Come on. All right, guys. Let's go ahead. XCN. Uh-oh. 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 Look what happened, guys. We've been watching Zcash as well. Looking to see if Zcash wants to come to this 200 moving average. It is dropping now. Channel support broken. Can we? Can we? XCN for my man Jake. I have not forgot. Don't forget, drop your coins in the chat if you'd like an altcoin to be looked at. If you would like an altcoin to be looked at, feel free to drop those in the chat. As always, not financial advice. Please read the disclaimers. Pause if necessary. Ooh, okay. We might have to come back to Zcash. XCN for my friend Jake, the Nightwalker. Welcome to the channel. Good to see you. Okay. XCN. So let's talk about it. real quick like. Lucas, welcome to the stream. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. Don't forget to smash the like button, guys, if you have not yet. And, of course, subscribe to the channel. If you're new here, we welcome you. Thank you for being here. Dogecoin, of course. Nightwalker. You are very welcome. Now, XCN for my man, Jake. You know what? It's going to be a tough one. It's going to be a tough call here, right? But I tell you what we're looking at. You're definitely looking at a falling wedge, descending triangle, and on the daily. But I'll tell you what, even if you drop back down to the support there, XCN could still pump, right? It could still pump. Now you might drop to this support. That will get tested. If you do not hold that support, I mean, XCN might get butchered right there, right? And then you might need to come on down here, right? XCN right now, the support to look at is going to be right here. Bullish target, of course, is the measured move of the breakout, but you're going to have to get the breakout first, right? Let's go, Jake. Let's go. I appreciate you dropping your coin in the chat. Guys, please, if you want me to do some TA, I'm itching. I'm itching right now. Please, let me get it. Let me see what it do. Okay. Again. Please let me remind you, it's not financial advice, just my opinion of the price action and analysis I see based on my experience looking at these charts for like 5 to 6 years or more. Somebody help me out. Somebody help me out. Pat Graham, welcome to the stream. Thank you for being here. We are going to look at Cardano for Lucas. My friend Lucas in the chat, thank you for being here as well. Cardano's a good one. That's a good one. Let's look at Cardano. ADA. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate you guys very much. Very much. Just a little bit of price action there for Jake. Now we're going to look at Cardano. The W's are still looking to play out for Bitcoin and Ethereum right now as we await President Trump's announcement. Okay, guys, we got the bounce in Bitcoin. Our target for Bitcoin played out beautifully, and as well as Ethereum, guys. I mean, you don't get much better than that. We came back even, guys. After the initial bounce, we came back down to my box and bounced on my box. So you might laugh at my box, but my box has significance, okay? And again, previous resistance now coming up to it, but look at this. What a beautiful bounce there. We put in a double bottom on the double bottom. Can I get a W in the chat, please? Can I get a W in the chat, please? Because Bitcoin as well played out absolutely perfectly straight to the box. We did wick into the box, but the support actually held right on top of the box. Now we came up to resistance, previous support, but a beautiful, beautiful bounce and confirmation of this possible double bottom. We are going to be taking a look at Cardano for Lucas. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you very much. Now, put a W in the chat if you think the double bottom is going to play out. Put a W in the chat if you think the double bottom is going to play out. Don't forget to answer the poll in the chat as well, guys. We have 73 votes so far. Will Trump's announcement pump or dump crypto? Right now, 51% of you guys think we're going to get the Trump dump. Callie Marley, welcome. That one guy, ATL. That ATL guy, what is going on? Welcome. Thank you guys for being here. Let's go. Let's get a W in the chat if you think the double bottom is going to play out. W's in the chat. We have Trump's live announcement coming up shortly. Will it affect the TA? Should we be scared? Are we safe from danger? Previous support now. Testing for resistance. Waiting for the breakout. Okay, guys. Haven Peck says, I have no fear. This is magical internet voodoo money. Magic internet voodoo money. That's the first. Voodoo? Why did you throw the word voodoo in there? Can the W's play out today? I think so. We called this, baby. Live on stream. We got the W's playing out. Now, guys, as soon as I need to get BYDFi loaded up. I need to be getting BYDFi loaded up for you guys so that I can do some live trading with you guys. And that's what's going to be. Okay, that's what it's going to be. Let me find out. As soon as I get it loaded up, we'll be doing some live trading. Again, guys, take full advantage right now. This only lasts till the end of October, okay? So only until October 31st. Only until October 31st. Can we get this massive, beautiful deposit bonus from BYDFi? Up to $1,000 deposit bonus, guys, just for depositing your trading money that you're already going to be using to trade with in the first place. You can get up to $1,000 deposit bonus. A link is in the pinned chat or in the description. Here we go. Moby, please. Callie Marley. Okay. Let's go ahead and pull up Ada real quick. I did not forget. Let's go ahead and remove all drawings. Let's start with a fresh ADA chart here. Bitcoin blasting to 108,000. Let's go. 108,500. Let's push 110 Bitcoin. Let's do it. Break that point of control there. Oh, yeah. Cardano, look, first of all, a weekly setup like this is beautiful. Just being totally honest, a weekly setup like this is very beautiful. Okay, so where are we at, Cardano? Where are we at? Where are we at, Cardano? Where are we at? Asco, welcome to the welcome to the squad. Where will you go, Cardano? By the way, Lucas, I hope you're still here. News Rush, thank you for joining us as well. Welcome back. Lucas, I hope you're still here, because we got to talk about Cardano. Cardano on the weekly, we are coming down, guys. Look, 65-cent Cardano is nasty. I will say. But there's hope here. There is hope here. A lot of hope for Cardano. As long as Cardano can hold this support level, as long as Cardano can hold 60 cents, excuse me, then a breakout of this would likely get Cardano close to that previous $3 high right there. Now, I don't know if you're ready for it, right? But it could also drop, okay? I don't think that this will likely play out, but remember, this is the weekly time frame. I don't think that we're going to drop back to these weekly lows, okay? I don't think we're going to do that. But just to put it there, just to put it into perspective, right? These are the options, Cardano. These are the options. Now, while I still am more in favor of the bullish option, both are definitely possible, right? Now, Trump will be speaking soon, guys. And, you know, once Trump's announcement begins, we don't know what's going to play out here. Cardano is looking just nasty. Just nasty. Is it nasty or is it an opportunity? Right? Perspective is everything. How do you look at it? Is the glass half empty or is the glass half full? Now, Lucas, I'm glad that you're still here, my friend. News Rush. What's up with the Trump news? Is it going to be anything bullish or bearish? Well, we will be finding out very shortly. We sure will. We sure will. We will be covering it live as it unfolds. And we are awaiting it now. And I do believe we have approximately unsure of the exact timing, but as soon as it launches and as soon as he goes live, we'll be covering it here. We'll be taking a look at that, listening in on the live announcement from Trump, and watching the price action in real time as it unfolds. Now, our W's, guys, remember, I told you guys earlier, put a W in the chat if you think the double bottoms are going to play out. Those of you that put the W's in the chat, do you still think the double bottoms are going to play out? Bitcoin now has ran and tested 108,600. Local point of control here. Can we break it? Let me know. Let's see another W in the chat if you think the double bottoms are going to play out. And don't forget to answer the poll in the chat as well. We have 79 votes so far. Will Trump's announcement pump or dump crypto? Let's go. And it's breaking the local point of control. We are now passing $108,630. Can we keep on pushing? Ty Stu, good to see you. Deadwood, I am sorry and I apologize. I did see your comment earlier about the dog not liking the about your dog not liking the wheelchair, and you know I don't blame him. You know, I don't blame him. I am glad he's still with you though, or she. I can't remember. It might be a she. Ty Stu, I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. Doge is now breaking the channel. Doge is breaking the channel. 19-cent support. Let's go. Again, thank you guys for showing up and thank you for being here. Thanks for commenting in the chat. Don't forget to tap the like button if you haven't yet. I truly, truly, truly appreciate you. I will be replying and responding to you guys in the chat. If you got an altcoin you'd like me to take a look at, I can do that as well. Tarasha, thank you for joining us. Bitcoin down or up? Right now it's up, but what goes up must come down. So we are getting a short-term, little minor pullback here after this beautiful, beautiful balance at our support level. Now, again, Trump will be speaking very shortly. We're going to make sure we keep an eye on that. No worries, Joe. Yeah, she isn't enjoying the cool ride. Guess it doesn't have enough bling bling on it. But thank you for her shout out. Absolutely. Polkadot. News Rush. Polkadot. I've heard people talk about Polkadot being a dead chain. Is this true? Will Trump destroy the TA? Will we get the Trump dump? Or will we get the Trump pump? Will it have an effect at all on the market? We sure don't want to see 3,800 support for Ethereum break. Now, Ethereum has definitely began to form a nice falling channel at this point. Our double bottom could still hold, but we are going to need to hold the local support that we've put in. Now, if we pull up the 15-minute time frame and we look at the MACD, right? And we look at the LSMA, I think that the 15-minute as well is setting up for a nice double bottom. If we hold this local support, I feel like we are almost guaranteed to go up. I don't think it'll be any sideways. I think it'll be up. So we just have to wait and see how it unfolds. Dogecoin backtesting the channel breakout. Excuse me, guys. I apologize for coughing so much. Thank you for joining us, guys. Don't forget, smash the like button on the way in. It greatly appreciate you guys showing up. and it really helps the stream get to more people. We are awaiting President Trump, and we will be tuning into this live, and we will be making sure that we keep up to date with what's going on with the crypto market as well. Now, I'll be putting the price action live up on stream during the announcement. President Trump and Putin to meet in Budapest.
Tomorrow. So I wanted to ask you what we should watch for during that. What do we expect will happen during that face-to-face meeting?
We have to first and foremost understand what Putin wants, and Putin does not want to give up his ambition in Ukraine. For him, Ukraine, it's all or nothing, and this is what I like to always call for his survivalist mode, an existential thing. And make no mistake, he wants to subjugate Ukraine, and he also does not want to end his ambition in Ukraine. So to set that tone, then we can now discuss Zelensky's meeting with President Trump. And I think that President Trump more and more sees through Putin's games. So he is trying to find a mutual agreement between Russia and Ukraine. My concern is that we should not fall for Putin's agenda, that Ukraine should give up its territory, and I truly hope that President Trump is not going to push President Zelensky on that. As a matter of fact, Trump has two options, which is if negotiation fails, and I do believe, unfortunately, that they are not going to be successful in the long run, President Trump has still option to impose severe sanctions on Russia, including secondary sanctions, but also to deliver weapons to Ukraine that Ukraine can use to put Russia on the defensive. And the reason why I'm very pessimistic about this, I have to tell you, you have to understand how Putin thinks. He thinks in zero-sum game. For him, your loss is my win. And not only that, he's also willing to accept that both parties lose, but he would love Ukraine to lose more. There is an old Russia joke, I have to tell you. There was a peasant living between two houses, and both houses had cows. And peasant was very upset that he didn't have a cow, so he was praying to God, and God asked him, "Can I give you a cow?" And he said, "No, I want you to kill the cows of my neighbors." So this really tells you all you need to know how the Kremlin thinks. There is no such a thing as a win-win game for Putin. He wants to pose this, he wants to make a break to reposition his military and then continue. And as a matter of fact, we are already seeing how Putin is trying to test NATO. We already saw what happened with drone incursion in Poland, what happened in Romania. There are numerous sabotage activities across Europe. So he's really trying to use his new generation of warfare just below the threshold of war to put pressure on the West. And my last point is, yes, Putin cares a lot about Ukraine, but there is one other thing, which is that he wants to also rewrite the global order along with its allies in China and Iran and North Korea. Yes, they are not friends, but they're frenemies, which means that they have a mutual enemy, which is the United States. So this also serves to some extent as a proxy war for China, and China is more than happy that this war continues. So having said that, Putin only understands one thing, which is power and strength. So I truly hope that once again President Trump will impose his policy of peace through strength and not to fall for Putin's games, which is short-term ceasefire to accomplish his long-term objectives.
I also wanted to ask here about the relationship between the U.S. and Ukraine, specifically about President Trump and President Zelensky. How have we seen their relationship change over the past several months, and how have we seen the relationship between Trump and Putin change as well?
So if you asked me that question 6 months ago, it was a very different relationship because President Trump didn't like Zelensky's stance, a very firm stance on where the war was going. And there were numerous talks between Russia and the United States. And every time when President Trump offered a negotiation, Putin retaliated by even more attacks on Ukraine. And I think President Trump is really seeing through Putin's games, and his relationship with Russia and with President Putin is changing. So that's precisely what also gives me lots of confidence that President Trump will once again put Putin on the defensive, and I truly hope that he will not fall for his game about short-term ceasefire, because make no mistake, Putin has only one goal, which is to subjugate Ukraine, and the second goal is also to undermine the West. He's going to continue with his sabotage and shadow war, make no mistake.
Kind of going back to a question I already asked you, I wanted to know about you personally, what, as you analyze all of this, you're going to be watching for during the discussions between Trump and Zelensky tomorrow, because odds are we're going to get kind of a Q&A there. We'll see them talking over in the Oval Office. So what are you specifically going to be looking for?
There are a couple of things that I will be looking for. Number one, I would like to see what President Zelensky is willing to give up. The second thing is I really, really hope that President of the U.S. will not push for Zelensky to give up its territory. And the third thing is I'm also going to watch very carefully Russian news and how they are going to weaponize that agreement, that meeting, because it would also set a tone for Trump-Putin a meeting. Whoever believes that we have to be kind to Putin so he can save his face does not really understand that Putin completely controls the information space, so he can spin any information in the way that he wants. So even certain losses he's going to present as wins. And there is really not a middle ground here, what we have to really understand when we negotiate with Russia, because for Putin, it's nothing or all.
All right, Ivana Stradner, thank you so much for taking the time, as always, to join us. Anything you want to add about
Look at
any
these
of this
WEEX,
here
folks.
before I let you go?
As I always like to emphasize on your show, that Putin only understands one thing, which is power and strength, and peace through strength is exactly what President Trump should leverage with his negotiations with Putin, because kindness is weakness for him.
Thank you so much, as always, for helping to break it all down. We definitely appreciate it.
Thank you.
And as we take a live look here outside of the White House, I do want to remind you that we are awaiting an announcement of some kind here from President Trump. That is in the Oval Office. Now, we did have an image of that was coming in a short time ago, but that is now gone. Once we see it pop back up, we will make sure to bring that to you in full. However, right now, that shot is not up just yet. Looks like they are still making those final preparations before we see it go back up. And again, we will let you know right here on Live Now from Fox.
Okay, guys. So,
and as we continue to cover everything about Zelensky's visit.
So, guys, we are awaiting President Trump's live announcement currently. And as you can see here, we will have that live as soon as it unfolds. And we will be monitoring the price action live as well. Do not go anywhere. Stay tuned as we will catch this live. And you can see in the Bitcoin price that we are already seeing a little bit of market reaction leading up to President Trump's live announcement today. I will pull this back up again as soon as we have some more developments on President Trump. Currently, we are seeing Bitcoin bounce and increased volatility, as you can see right here. Again, we are still awaiting President Trump's live announcement. We should be expecting President Trump here very shortly. Please do not go anywhere. Stay tuned. Don't forget to smash the like button, hit the subscribe button if you are new here, and await President Trump's live announcement and market reaction here live with us. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for being here.
President Donald Trump, that was slated for 3 p.m. Eastern time, so about 9 minutes ago, appears to be running behind. But the second it begins, we're going to bring it to you right here in full on Live Now from Fox. Right now, I do want to head out to New York. That is where we do have Governor Kathy Hochul, who is speaking about keeping New Yorkers safe. Let's lift up the audio here and listen in.
What the law requires and how it cannot be violated. If you read the decision, the judge even opened up with remembrance of the 3,000 lives that were lost on 9/11, only blocks from the courthouse where the ruling was made. Also mentioning the fact that there have been at least 8 terrorist plots on our subway over the last 20 years, all of which have been thwarted, partially because we've had this funding and the training and the personnel in place. Well, the truth is, we shouldn't have to fight this out in court if Republicans had the guts to stand up for the people who elected them to office. You know, Republicans love to call themselves the party of law and order, the party that backs the blue. But if backing the blue really means more than just a bumper sticker or a logo on a hat, then we need action. We need more than just your words. It's about giving law enforcement the tools they need to keep us safe. So here's my simple message to Washington and the Republicans in Congress, especially the 7 from our own state of New York. If you're serious about keeping America safe, prove it. Stop the hypocrisy. Stop trying to defund our police. Stop playing political games with people's lives. And stop being silent when Secretary Noem abandons her duty to protect Americans, especially the people you represent. Work for New Yorkers instead of against them. Now, we don't have to agree on everything. I suspect we won't. But we should be able to agree that keeping people safe is non-negotiable. As I said from day one, I'll work with anyone interested in bolstering our public safety efforts. And over the last few years, we've invested over $3 billion for police and safety, giving our officers the best tools, technology, and training they need to keep New Yorkers safe. And we've paired these unprecedented investments with reforms as well. Also, on our subways, we've surged police, covered additional overtime, deployed officers on the overnight trains, and installed 33,000 cameras, platform barriers, LED lighting. All these efforts are paying off. Crime rates are down. Confidence is up. And this summer was the safest summer in our subways in over a decade. We've come too far for anyone to jeopardize our progress or the vital work that still lies ahead. Also, Secretary Noem and anyone planning to continue cutting essential dollars from the state of New York, lawyer up, because we'll see you in court once again. And as you saw today, if you attack New Yorkers, when you put us in harm's way, we will fight back and we will win. Win with an incredible leader of the Attorney General's office, Tish James, who knows how to fight back hard, and win. Madam Attorney General.
Thank you. Thank you, Governor. And good afternoon, everyone. I can recall the day on October 1st when the governor had a press conference in front of the Statue of Liberty. And I can recall the night before on September 30th, the last day of the fiscal year, where we filed a lawsuit around 10 p.m. We did not receive official notice. We heard about the cutting of MTA funds on Streets blog. This decision really is an important day for New Yorkers, for every commuter, for every transit worker, and every family that relies on our subways, our buses, and trains every day. There is generally no public interest in the perpetuation of an unlawful agency action, none whatsoever. And a few weeks ago, as I indicated, my office filed this emergency lawsuit after the federal government abruptly cut more than $33 million in anti-terrorism funding for the MTA. The court has now affirmed what we argued from the start, that the decision was unlawful and supported by the facts, in particular that it was in violation of the Procedure Act. And so it's really critically important that individuals understand that the Transit Security Grant Program was established after 9/11 to protect high-risk transit systems like the MTA from potential terrorist grants. And as the governor mentioned, almost 3,000 individuals lost their lives on 9/11. And I can think of no other jurisdiction that is more at risk than New York City, New York State. By law, these funds must be allocated based solely on risk. And there is no transit system in America that faces higher risk or serves more riders than the great state of New York. This ruling restores more than $33 million in critical security funds that will go directly towards protecting millions, I said millions of riders, strengthening cybersecurity, upgrading surveillance and communication systems, and supporting law enforcement, most importantly, in preventing and responding to threats. I want to thank Governor Hochul for her leadership and for her partnership in standing up for New Yorkers. Our office will continue to work together with state and federal partners to ensure that New York receives the resources it needs to keep our transit system and everyone who depends upon it safe from harm. That is our job. And that is why we are prepared to fight back against any additional cuts that harms New Yorkers. Thank you.
General.
Listen, I worked at World Trade Center for 14 years after 9/11. The one thing we knew is that you had to make investments to make sure that that place and New York was safe from any terrorist attack ever again. And we made those investments to the World Trade Center. And thanks to Governor Hochul, we've been making enormous progress in fighting crime in the subways and elsewhere in the transit system. Those are extraordinary statistical accomplishments because of the investments we've made under this governor. It never made sense to be talking about taking money away from those efforts, to take money away from cops, to take money away from the surveillance systems and the cameras that the governor has allowed us and helped us to accomplish, to take money away from communications. It really never made any sense. We are making huge progress. But you cannot forget that the transit system is one of the targets that the bad guys tend to focus on. Remember London back in 2005. Remember even Tokyo back in the late 90s. Remember what happened in Madrid. This is not a game. This is an area that must be protected. We are doing it, and taking money away from it never made any sense. I am so grateful to the governor and to the Attorney General for making sure that we will continue to receive these needed federal funds so that we can invest in cops, invest in communications, and the technology that protects every transit rider. Thank you both.
All right, thanks, guys. We have time for just a couple on-topic questions only. Dave, go ahead. You guys broke the story. Kick it off.
This is a topic of funding government, and we just learned a few minutes ago that the Gateway project is not terminated, but in a similar way to what happened with this, it was by fiat, it's not there, and it is there, happened with the terrorism money. How do you work like this? How do you get anything done? How do you plan for anything when it seems like any day can just be a new adventure of what is actually happening?
They call it Washington whiplash. I mean, you cannot possibly fathom all the different dynamics that we're experiencing. Literally, as the Attorney General referenced, we were standing in front of the Statue of Liberty pleading to get money back to make our subway safe, and a staffer handed me a note that says, oh, we just lost $18 billion for the Gateway Tunnel and the 2nd Avenue subway. So we're constantly having to be in a reactive mode, but I have realized a couple things. We have a great Attorney General. She wins an awful lot in court. That's number one. Number two, I have also made personal appeals to the president, appealing to him as a New Yorker who has properties here and had employees here and has a lot of relationships here, and that is also in his interest as a leader of this great nation to recognize that New York City is the economic engine for not just New York, but the entire country. So something like the Gateway Tunnel, if it's compromised and it's over 100 years old and the existing tunnels were damaged by Superstorm Sandy, if that collapses, the northeastern economy will come to its knees. So I will say this. We're prepared for anything. We're used to lawyering up, but it's a damn shame that our efforts have to be spent on playing defense instead of offense to protect our people. So we can manage both. That's the answer I have. We're managing both, but the end is not in sight. I think these are punitive measures to stick it to democratic states, but this is not just fallout from the shutdown. This was happening before that. This is just a continuation of what they promised to do, is extract revenge on their political enemies. And apparently any state that has a Democratic governor or Democratic mayors are considered political enemies, because we're on the receiving end that other states are not. Tell me how Florida and Texas and Nevada could receive these same funds without having to go to court. They're playing politics, but more than that, they're playing with people's lives. And that's abhorrent to me.
Topic?
Governor, pursuant to Gateway specifically, have you had any conversations with the President or the administration about that specific project? This has been something that he's been bandying about for a while. He's very clearly stated that he's targeting these funds because it's Schumer priority, but I'm curious if you specifically have appealed to him about this instead of just kind of a general New York economy issue.
No, I have. I think right before he went to the Middle East, I'm ready to follow up on that conversation.
Comments yesterday. You haven't talked to him since.
Not since yesterday, but certainly right before he went to the Middle East. I spoke about this. I called directly. I said, thank you for the $187 million, but what about the $12 billion? And I would think he thought this was just a reaction to what was happening with the shutdown. But I also said, this is bigger than that. You know, this is something I fought for as well. I had to work with Phil Murphy, Governor Murphy, and Jano knows the long history of presidents saying yes or no, governors from New Jersey saying no, governors from New York not working. So this has had a long, sordid history, and we were the ones who could get it over the finish line with support from Senator Schumer to get the federal dollars. But we had to get the arrangement between our two states. And so I'm just going to continue making that appeal, talk to him again real soon on that for sure.
Evan, go ahead.
Thank you. Have you given any thought, you've got a couple of projects coming up, most notably IDX, that may have some reliance on federal funding. What can you do to build a firewall from this sort of capricious action in the future? Is there a way to fund it fully by the state?
Well, the best firewall is to win Congress next year. So in January 27, we can stop the insanity. So that's one firewall that I'm actually focused on. This is not a political event, so I won't repeat that. But, Jano, we're already making the investments now. And so, I'm continuing down the tracks. IBX is happening. It is happening. And come hell or high water, we're going to deliver on that. But I believe that this is a short blip in our history, that the need to have the federal dollars kick in can come down a little further down the road, and we can make that happen. Is that accurate?
Absolutely.
Okay. That's happened. We're going to make it happen.
Last one on topic, Jack, go ahead.
Speaking of punitive measures and exacting revenge, General, I wonder if you might speak about the indictment that you're now facing and what...
Is that on topic yet? Is that on topic?
And what some are seeing as a pattern with the administration of extracting revenge from political enemies.
Well, it's also, I will let her answer for herself. She's certainly very more than capable. But it is absolutely the weaponization of the Department of Justice. And that's what's so scary about this, that no one in this country is safe if you stand up against this administration or just do your job, as our Attorney General has been doing, that you are now in their crosshairs. And so, I have confidence in our Attorney General to be able to withstand what's coming. But these are dark, scary days.
I would say what she said. But first of all, the decision was based on the Administrative Procedure Act, an arbitrary and capricious act by this agency, an unlawful act. And so too is the indictment. It's baseless. It's nothing more than retribution. Retribution for basically doing my job. For doing my job following a 2-year investigation and a congressional hearing. It wasn't political. It was based on facts and the application of the evidence. And the judgment was sustained. The amount of the disgorgement was what was dismissed. But the judgment remains. And so at this point in time, we will vigorously defend.
All right, guys. So we are still awaiting President Donald Trump and his live announcement. The market is already seeing some increased volatility as Bitcoin and Ethereum are both moving quickly. We will be tracking this in real time, guys. Don't go anywhere. Smash the like button. Subscribe to the channel if you are new here. And we will be awaiting President Trump any minute now.
still waiting at this point for President Donald Trump. His remarks were set for 3 p.m. Eastern time, running just a little bit late, as they sometimes do. We did have a live image inside the Oval Office that is no longer there, but the second we see it pop back up, we'll bring that to you here live. Going to head to a quick break at 3:26 on the East Coast and 12:26 on the West Coast.
All right, guys. So we now are still awaiting President Donald Trump. And this live announcement, now with some extra suspense added to this announcement, is already increasing the volatility that we have seen here in the Bitcoin price action. Look at these wicks. Look at these wicks, right? And as well as Ethereum, which we have seen retrace now to the downside. We are still awaiting to see what's going to happen when President Trump makes his announcement. And while I've seen some people in the chat asking some questions, and while I've seen some people asking about, is this going to be related to crypto or not? Well, even if it is not directly related to cryptocurrency, it is likely going to move the markets, as we have already seen in the Bitcoin price. So thank you guys for being here. Thanks for joining us on this beautiful, beautiful Thursday. Again, don't forget, subscribe if you are new. We will be tracking this live, and we will be monitoring upcoming breaking news as well as live trading analysis for Bitcoin, Ethereum, Dogecoin, and other altcoins like Solana. Dogecoin has currently fell back into this channel. Can we get a pump or a dump from Trump today? Let us know what you guys think in the poll in the chat. And if you want to trade crypto, do not forget to use the link in the pinned chat to sign up for BYDFi. Get up to $1,000 just for depositing the money that you're going to trade with anyways. An extra $1,000 deposit bonus is pretty significant.
Down about 0.83% or 383 points. Also want to remind you right now that we are awaiting those remarks from President Donald Trump inside of the Oval Office. That is expected to take place any moment now. So again, we are going to bring that to you in full, commercial free, uninterrupted here as soon as we get that feed. Right now, I do want to head over to California. That is where the acting U.S. attorney spoke just moments ago here, talking about 2 cases of fraud involving the misuse of homelessness funds. I do want to play that for the first time here on Live Now from Fox.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Bill Saley, the acting U.S. Attorney. In April, I announced the formation of the Homeless Fraud and Corruption Task Force to get to the bottom of where billions of California tax dollars intended to solve homelessness ended up. California has spent more than $24 billion over the last 5 years with little to no progress in solving our homelessness epidemic. California state officials failed to provide meaningful oversight over the individuals who received most of these funds, and they had little to no answers to the public's demand for accountability. Well, that accountability starts today. Today, we are announcing significant developments into our investigation. We're making public 2 criminal cases relating to 2 separate real estate developers who were involved in misappropriating millions of state funds intended to combat homelessness. This morning, federal agents arrested Cody Holmes, a 31-year-old Beverly Hills resident and the former CFO of Shangri-La Industries, a downtown LA-based developer of affordable housing, for defrauding the Home Key program that is administered by the state of California. The program awarded grant money, which included federal tax dollars, for specific projects to convert motels into housing for the homeless and to operate the units. By April of 2022, Shangri-La Industries, where Holmes was the CFO, had co-applied with multiple California cities to convert numerous properties in California, including a location in Thousand Oaks. The state asked for proof that the company had the financial capacity to build all the projects. In response, Holmes and Shangri-La knowingly submitted fake bank statements which claimed to show that the developer had about $160 million on deposit. Not only were the bank statements fake, our investigation shows that Shangri-La and its affiliates had nowhere near the amount of money they claimed they had in the fake bank statements. The state agency ultimately paid nearly $26 million directly to the developer for the Thousand Oaks project. Even though the developer received all the money from the state, the developer did not complete the construction of the Thousand Oaks project. Instead, our investigation has showed that at least $2.2 million was diverted to pay Mr. Holmes' American Express bill, which includes purchases at luxury retailers. Essentially, he stole the money. In a separate case, a federal grand jury on Wednesday returned a 9-count superseding indictment against Stephen Taylor, a 44-year-old Brentwood real estate agent or developer, charging him with defrauding lenders. In December of 2023, Taylor misleadingly told a lender he intended to renovate and use a property in the affluent community of Cheviot Hills for himself. In truth, Taylor had already contracted to sell the property, which he acquired for only $11 million fraudulently, to Weingart, a homeless housing developer that purchased the property for a whopping $27 million in a transaction that was hidden from the victim lender and others. That money used to purchase the property was purchased with City of LA and the Home Key Fund money. The investigations that led to the Holmes arrest and Taylor indictment are just the beginning. We will continue to go where the evidence takes us. I stress that these charges in the complaint and the indictment are allegations, and they must be proven beyond a reasonable doubt in a court of law. We are tracking billions of dollars of public money coming into our 7-county district that is intended to be going to address homelessness. Too often, this money has been wasted, mismanaged, or outright stolen. We are focused on the organizations and entities that are the recipients of these funds, and we will be seeking charges against anyone who steals this money or misrepresents how it's being used. This also includes public officials who may have enriched themselves at taxpayers' expenses, contributing to the fraud that we're seeing. We're looking at everyone. If you steal money or allow it to be stolen, we will find you and we will prosecute you. If anyone in the public has information concerning the misuse of homelessness funds, we encourage you to report it to tips.fbi.gov. I want to thank our law enforcement partners, including the FBI and the IRS, who you will hear from shortly, for their efforts in this. Together, we will get to the bottom of these cases and we will punish wrongdoers. I now turn the podium over to Akil Davis with the FBI office.
Thanks. Good morning. My name is Akil Davis. I'm the Assistant Director in charge of the FBI's Los Angeles Field Office. As the Acting United States Attorney discussed, we're here today to share recent investigative successes that led to charges of individuals who have exploited the homelessness crisis for personal gain at the expense of California taxpayers. In the case of Cody Holmes, he was arrested this morning by FBI and IRS agents. Additionally, several search warrants were served in Beverly Hills and Century City in support of this investigation. As the Chief Financial Officer of Shangri-La Industries, as was discussed, Holmes submitted records and manufactured accounts in order to obtain millions of dollars in grant money from the California Department of Housing and Community Development. Holmes allegedly transferred this money to himself and used it to fund his luxurious lifestyle. In the second case, The United States Attorney's Office filed additional charges against Stephen Taylor, who utilized fake bank statements and lied to lenders in order to obtain loans and lines of credit for his real estate business in high-end neighborhoods in Los Angeles. Taylor's actions not only misled banks, but also took advantage of the city and state's efforts to combat the homelessness crisis. In both of these cases, defendants took advantage of funds allocated to assist some of the most vulnerable people in society who are already without a home, some of whom may be suffering from a myriad of conditions, including addiction. This is not a victimless crime, as the millions of dollars lost could have been used for housing the homeless or other local priorities funded by California taxpayers. The FBI is committed to the Homelessness Task Force to find perpetrators of this insidious fraud and build cases to hold offenders accountable in court. It is my hope that these charges we're announcing today send a clear message to others who may be contemplating similar criminal behavior. I'll repeat again, we need the public's help in identifying offenders. If you have knowledge of this type of fraud, please reach out to tips.fbi.gov, or you could call 1-800-CALL-FBI. Thank you. I will now turn it over to Special Agent in Charge, Tyler Hatcher of the IRS.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Tyler Hatcher. I'm the Special Agent in Charge of IRS Criminal Investigation here in Los Angeles. As mentioned, we're here to talk about the criminal complaint against Cody Holmes and the indictment against Stephen Taylor and several search warrants that were executed over the last several days. While these investigations are separate and unrelated, it is just the beginning of federal law enforcement holding criminals accountable for their greed. The city and county of Los Angeles have been plagued by deficient programs set up to address homelessness. Businessmen, realtors, developers, and others have taken advantage of local, state, and federal programs.
Look at the poll in the chat right now. It's a tie between the Bulls and the Bears. Will Trump's announcement pump or dump crypto? 41% pump, 41% dump. It is literally a tie between the Bulls and the Bears. Don't forget to answer the poll in the chat. Thanks for joining us today on this roller coaster of a day, guys, as we still await President Trump to go live with this announcement. We will be doing some live trading analysis covering the market reaction to this announcement, as we are seeing the market already begin to react. So stick around. You don't want to miss that as well.
Which benefited him by inflating property purchase by about $16 million. The complaint, indictment, and search warrants executed over the last several days illustrates our commitment to the citizens of California. We will continue to work tirelessly to ensure their hard-earned tax dollars are spent how and where they were intended without criminals lining their pockets. My office with the FBI and U.S. Attorney's Office looks forward to fulfilling promises that we made through the Homelessness Task Force. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll take a couple questions now. Yes, sir.
You had said, at least I understood correctly if I'm wrong, that Mr. Taylor hid the $11.2 million transaction from several people. Did he hide that transaction from Weingart and from the city?
That is an active investigation. Yes. He's already been arrested. He was indicted on unrelated charges a month ago. Similar conduct for submitting forged or fraudulent documents to lenders. Yesterday, the grand jury superseded that indictment to add these specific allegations. Yeah.
My memory is that's connected to money the state gave for housing during the pandemic.
It is money the state has given over the last few years to combat homelessness, and it's distributed often through local municipalities. So this money that the Weingart Center paid was paid using LA and Home Key funds money. Make sense?
It's also under investigation whether Mr. Taylor did the $11.2 million transaction from the state.
It's not. He purchased that he had a contract to sell that property at the same time that he was purchasing it for $11 million. He obtained the $11 million loan fraudulently. Who knew what is an active investigation, and we're looking at all parties involved. So I'll just tell you that. Yes, sir.
You mentioned Weingart purchased the property. Who's associated with Weingart? That's your question.
We're looking at all people associated in that transaction, and it is an active investigation. Yes, sir.
What time of date generally, precisely, did the transaction happen with Cody Holmes?
With Cody Holmes, the date of...
The alleged defrauding of the house?
I don't have the... It should be in the criminal complaint. I will give you a copy of it. It has all the dates laid out in there. And then on the other case, the Weingart case, I know those transactions happen within a matter of months, the two transactions. I don't have... Do we have the date? What date was it? Okay, there you go. So December 23. Any other questions? No?
Bill, any
Yes.
comments on the federal hearing this week as to whether you're operating in your role?
Who are you with?
Your position, Alex Roser, NBC.
I'm not going to comment. It's an active court case. I'll just say what I said before. Here, we're part of the executive branch, and I report and serve at the pleasure of the Attorney General and the President. I'll continue to do so as long as they have me here. So I'll just leave it at that for that. Okay? All right. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
And that was Bill Asaley. He is the U.S. Attorney, acting U.S. Attorney, I should say, for Central California District, talking about some of those fraud cases involving homelessness funds. 3:42 on the East Coast, 12:42 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and we are still awaiting those remarks from President Donald Trump, slated to start at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. We are told that media members are being moved inside the Oval Office, setting up. So any moment now, we should get that live look inside, and we'll bring you those remarks on Live Now from Fox, as we always do. Going to leave you right here with this live look over the White House as we head to a quick break, but we'll be right back in 2 short minutes. Stay with us.
Again, still awaiting President Donald Trump. Live announcement, still running behind. Trump, late to his announcement. Now, we've been analyzing, watching the market, taking a look at Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Dogecoin, seeing how the crypto market is going to react to this. Stay tuned here as we will cover the reaction live as Donald Trump speaks, which should be any moment now.
Will dramatically slash the cost of IVF and
Here
the
we go.
treatment and many of the most common fertility drugs for countless millions of Americans. Prices are going way down, way down. I want to thank Libby Horn, who is the Senior Vice President of Fertility of EMD Serrano. So I want to thank you. Let's see here. That's what I thought. I thought it was you. Thank you, Libby, very much. And let me also thank the Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy, Jr., whose wife destroyed the people on The View yesterday. I have to say that. I'm not going to ever get into an argument with her. And you've decided, you learned that a long time ago. She did a great job, actually. Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick. Thank you, Howard. Secretary of Labor, Lori Chavez de Rima. Thanks, Laurie. Howard, thanks. CMS Administrator, Dr. Mehmet Oz, who's a fantastic guy, and he's done really well. FDA Commissioner Marty McCary. Thank you, Marty. Senator Katie Britt, who got me started with this whole thing when she called up to say there was a bad ruling by a judge, right? We got to do something, sir, and we did it very quickly. Probably in 24 hours it was done. Congressman Richard Hudson, a great guy, and his wife Renee. Richard, hi, Richard. And advocate Samantha Bush, who's a very respected person. For years, American couples struggling with infertility have faced crushing costs in their quest to start a family, and IVF is among the most expensive treatments of all. A single round of IVF in the United States can cost up to $25,000, can actually go a lot higher than that, and many couples require multiple rounds for a successful pregnancy. A major reason for these high prices is the excessive cost of the drugs involved. The number one fertility drug used in IVF is currently 700% more expensive in the United States than the rest of the world. And you know, we're ending all of that. It's called favored nations, and we're ending it, and we're ending it pretty fast. Nobody thought we'd be able to do it, and we've done it. Drugs are going to come down. Drug prices are coming down 400%, 200%, 600%, numbers that nobody's ever seen before. Great for Medicare, Medicaid, even Social Security. Great for everything, I think, Dr. Oz. So that's something that's, to me, it's very exciting. I'm bugging him and Bobby all the time. How are we doing with that? And we're doing really good, Bobby. It's really going good. Other countries are agreeing to it, because if they don't, we put tariffs on them, and then they agree. So it's amazing. It's amazing how that worked out. But as an example, in London, you'd buy a certain drug for $130, and even less than that, I guess, $88 as of a count a month ago. And in New York, you pay $1,300 for the same thing. So now we're going to be paying, instead of $1,300, you'll be paying about $150. And they'll be paying $150 too. We're going to pay the same thing. Favored nations. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing. And we've been ripped off by the whole world for a long period of time. One of the most popular fertility drug regimens costs over $5,000 per cycle, as an example. Wow. Largely as a result of these unsustainable prices, 70% of the employers do not offer insurance that covers IVF. Therefore, most couples with fertility challenges are paying these costs entirely out of their own pockets, which is not really possible to do. Oh, look who we have. Look at that, the great Maria Bartiromo. I didn't know. Did you get put into the regular pool pack? That's very good. No, that's good. Nice to see you. I'm doing an interview with her in a little while. In the Trump administration, we want to make it easier for all couples to have babies, raise children, and start the families they've always dreamed about. That's why today I'm pleased to announce that after extensive negotiations, EMD Serrano, the largest fertility drug manufacturer in the world, has agreed to provide massive discounts to all fertility drugs they sell in the United States, including the most popular drug of all, the IVF drug Gonal-F. So it's Gonal-F. Is that a proper pronunciation?
Very
Close
well
enough,
done.
right?
Very well done.
Gonal-F. As part of this agreement, EMD Serrano will list their fertility drugs online at trumprx.gov at very, very heavily reduced prices, prices that you won't even believe. And ultimately, that's because of the favored nations. In addition, the FDA will be working with the company to expedite review and approval of another common fertility IVF drug, and currently it's selling in Europe. It's Pergoveris. And that's a sounding nice name. Pergoveris. Why can't you name them nice, simple names? Nice, easy names. Doesn't matter. If it works, that's all we care about, right? Upon approval, this drug would directly compete against a much more expensive option that currently has a monopoly in the American market, and this will bring down costs very significantly. And the other one's going to have to come down also. Finally, EMD Serrano has agreed that all future drugs and everything that it develops and sells in the United States will be offset at most favored nation prices. I've been after this for a long time. And we started the process in the last administration, and then we had a little thing called COVID that came up. We had to focus on that, did a good job on that too. And they'll bring a significant portion of their drug manufacturing back to the United States. So they're going to bring it largely back into the United States, and that's for a lot of reasons, but primarily because of the election result, November 5th, and maybe most importantly because of the tariffs, because if they do it here, there are no tariffs. So we're going to be very close, I think, by the end of this year. We're going to be very close to $20 trillion in investment. As an example, the Biden administration had less than $1 trillion, substantially less than $1 trillion for 4 years, Maria. Can you imagine? 4 years, less than one. We're going to break $20 trillion of investment, and we're already over $17 trillion, and that's in 8 months. Can you believe that? And he was at less than $1 trillion. And in addition to that, he had open borders, allowing millions of people to pour in. What an administration that was. Worst president in history, by far. As a result of these actions, the per-cycle cost of drugs used in IVF will fall by an estimated 73% for American consumers, and the numbers are going to actually be very substantially higher as time goes by when it really kicks in. For most of, I mean, think of those numbers. You know, I told the story last time because we were with Pfizer, and Pfizer's doing something very similar. But I told them that my first term, I was so proud of myself because I was the first president in 28 years where drug prices went down for the year. And you know what they went down? 1/8 of 1%. But I was so 1/8 of 1%. Now I'm getting them down, Maria, 500, 600, 800%. In some cases, even more than that. It's hard to believe. But I was proud. I said, oh, wow, I'm the first one. 1/8 of 1%. And I was proud of that. Now I realized, and I called a news conference. Some of you were at that news conference, actually. And I said, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations. We've gone down by 1/8 of 1%. And now we're going down 500, 600, 700, 800%, Richard. So it's really something. For most administrations and all of the people involved in this kind of thing, this action would be a crowning achievement of their agenda for fertility health. But for us, it's really just the beginning. It's just a start. It's one of many things we're doing. Today, we're also taking historic steps to vastly expand access to insurance coverage for fertility care, including IVF, something that, as you know, was not covered. Effective immediately, for the first time ever, we will make it legal for companies to offer supplemental insurance plans specifically for fertility. That's never been done before. We're signing it in today with what we sign. Americans will be able to opt in to specialized coverage just as they get vision and dental insurance. They're going to get fertility insurance for the first time. So I don't know. I don't know how well these things are covered. I see the Democrats like to take credit for all of the things we do. We do the things and they take the credit. But I figure if you do enough of these, eventually people are going to figure it out. The Democrats have done nothing. This will make all fertility care, including IVF, far more affordable and accessible. And by providing coverage at every step of the way, it will reduce the number of people who ultimately need to resort to IVF because couples will be able to identify and address problems early. The result will be healthier pregnancies, healthier babies, and many more beautiful American children. It's a big factor. It's a big deal. I'm asking all employers to make these new fertility benefit options available to their employees immediately. The initiatives I've just announced are the boldest and most significant actions ever taken by any president to bring the miracle of life into more American homes. And I will say Katie was great. As you know, she's a great senator from Alabama. She's the first one that told me about this. I had not known too much about it, and we worked very rapidly together, didn't we, though?
Mr. President, you
We had everything passed, and Alabama then took care of it and passed it. Within a week, everything was done. Really, it was something. So I want to thank Katie, Brett. There's no deeper happiness and joy of raising children, and now millions of Americans struggling with infertility will have a new chance to share the greatest experience of them all. So I'd like to thank all of the people that are here, and I think we'll start with Dr. Oz and Ms. Horn. We'll go through the list and we'll listen. And yesterday I did this, and I stood for about an hour and a half as people spoke. And I said, this time I'm sitting right there, and I'm going to watch you. I stood for an hour and a half like this. I said, you got to be kidding. Here we go. It was one after another, and it was wonderful listening to them. But I said, if I have to do this every day, Bobby, should I stand or sit? Thank you, Bobby. Please, Dr. Oz.
Okay. Mr. President, I'm going to jump in here real quick. I want to start by thanking President Trump. Sir, from the very first phone call we ever had, your support was strong. It was steadfast. It was unwavering. And because of you, millions of Americans are going to have a greater opportunity to bring the greatest gift, in my opinion, life into this world. Your support, your administration's support, it's a game changer. All of us here today are aligned. This is a celebration of life. It's a celebration of parents. It's a celebration of families. And it's a celebration for those people who want to one day be parents themselves. I think every parent can attest, and I certainly do myself, that the greatest gift that God has ever given me is the ability to be a mom. We want more people to have that opportunity. We want to make that easier and more affordable. IVF is what makes the difference for so many families that are facing infertility. So you've seen the numbers. It's either 1 in 8 couples, or some people say as much as 1 in 6, are actually experiencing issues with fertility. It's 9% of males and at least 11% of females that are facing these challenges as they work to build their family. The recommendations today that President Trump has set forth are going to expand IVF coverage to nearly 1 million more families, and they're going to drive down cost significantly. Mr. President, this is the most pro-IVF thing that any president in the history of the United States of America has done. And Mr. President, it's your leadership. You are the reason why the Republican Party is now the party of parents. We are the party of families. This is why when Senator Cruz and I worked last year, we got every single Republican senator to sign on and say that they supported nationwide access to IVF. And just for the record, IVF is legal and accessible in all 50 states. And President Trump taking this action today to lower cost, to bring these issues to the forefront, and to enact solutions for people working to start their families, I want you to know it's significant and there's more to come. But this isn't the only thing that you've done to prove that we're the party of parents and we're the party of families. If you look at the working family tax cut, guys, he made sure that hard-working parents were front and center in that legislation. You know, whether it was child tax credits being expanded and made permanent, whether it was Trump accounts that are going to change the game for so many parents, or whether it was childcare. So for decades, we have heard Democrats talk about childcare. President Trump actually took action on the affordability and accessibility of childcare. We know that 1 in 4 families say that they hesitate to have more children because of the cost and because of childcare cost. For the first time, this man actually took steps to change the dynamics for hardworking parents. So of the 3 tax credits that he reformed and the working families tax cuts, 2 of them had not been touched in 2 decades, and 1 of them had not been touched since 1986. So President Reagan was in office the last time anybody did anything about it. But you changed the game on that, and I was proud to lead that effort in the Senate. And so on behalf of moms and dads, on behalf of grandparents and sisters and aunts and uncles and brothers and people who are looking to expand their family, we say thank you. Thank you for all you do to support families in this country and make a healthier environment and an easier one for us to grow the very most important thing.
Great, thank you.
God bless.
So nice. Thank you very much.
So let's set the stage. Put it in perspective, 2 weeks ago, as President Trump alluded, a leading U.S. drug manufacturer came into this room and agreed to do something none of us thought was possible. A most favored nation agreement with numbers, again, inconceivable. Last week, a company from Europe, a global leader in the pharmaceutical sector, came to this office, made the same kind of commitment for most favored nation pricing, again, because the president insisted on it and was persistent, and he alluded to the fact that he was calling Secretary Kennedy and me quite a bit. He definitely was, with great insights into the process, and would not hold back. But I think what you're seeing today is something even larger. It's larger because we're now showing that MFN is a tool that can get other initiatives going as well. We are revealing perhaps the most important MFN opportunity at all, because it's about procreation. It's about babies. It turns out that MFN is a tool for a lot of things, and it goes without saying that you get the drug pricing down, but lots of other business necessities become possible when that occurs. So Secretary Kennedy and I, who's a wonderful leader, talk frequently about family. I think the reason he's a great leader, and the president as well, is because they have large families and they take pride in the joy that it gives us. But many families, as Senator Britt alluded, do not have the ability to have children. But it turns out that it's about 1 in 3 families, a much higher number, that don't have the number of babies they desire. They're under-babied. So this president committed to address that during the campaign, and he is delivering on that today in a way I don't think anyone thought was possible. We are opening the door with MFN pricing and tariffs that supported Secretary Lutnick, with a new approach to make reproductive medicine more affordable for Americans. Now, I know what you're all thinking, and you're probably right. There are going to be a lot of Trump babies. I think that's probably a good thing. But it turns out the fundamental creative force in society is about making babies. It's about creating. And this country, the one that President Trump is leading so beautifully, has been a country of abundance, not scarcity. To have abundance, you have to address the fact that we had 3.6 million babies last year, which is beautiful. 3.6 million miracles. That's 500,000 less babies than we would ideally have had, even to replace our current population. Building on the success of the last 2 weeks, our team, led by the head of Medicare, Chris Klump, who's standing over there, and Ina Hernandez, have negotiated a spectacular MFN deal to reduce the cost of IVF drug prices by $2,200 a cycle. That's nearly half of the price that it had been. The most prescribed drug in this category in America, made by MD Serrano, is described over here. And you'll notice, President Trump, these are discounted from $242 to $10. I don't know what the math is on that. We can't even calculate it.
A lot.
It's a lot. It's too high to calculate without a more studied approach. But I give it up there because that number of $10 will apply for every American who earns less than $115,000 a year. That's 70% of the American people. The remaining folks who are able to make more will have to pay a tiny bit more, but it's still most favored nation pricing, no different from what the Europeans are willing to pay. Now, to make this deal happen, Chris and Inma had to do something special. They had to actually not just get the drug price down, but get the middlemen to let it go as well. And Mr. President, we've met with the middlemen in the past. They're now joining the MFN movement. I want to thank Express Scripts Freedom Pharmacy and then CVS's Specialty Pharmacy, because they were willing to stand up and do the right thing for the American people by answering the president's call and slashing their prices. Now, this announcement also encompasses a remarkable move from Marty Makary. And Marty Makary is, of course, the leader of the FDA, but he has ongoing efforts to accelerate their approval of innovative medicines that will further reduce the price and make this whole process more seamless for the American people. Now, you're about to hear about a spectacular new program that's been alluded to. But one of the architects of that program, Heidi Overton, Deputy Director of the White House Domestic Policy Council, is going to take us through the exciting details of what this is going to offer for the American people, especially those who are in the workforce. But first, we think you should hear from Libby Horn. Libby is EMD Serrano's head of fertility. She brings both professional expertise and a personal connection to this work. She has 3 beautiful daughters, and she has personally benefited from reproductive medicine that has shaped her family, and her company made today's spectacular MFM pricing possible. Libby.
Thank you, Dr. Oz. Thank you.
Bro, Trump is about to fall asleep.
Today, we gather on this national stage to celebrate a historic step forward in expanding access to fertility treatments for those who need it most. Mr. President, thanks to your leadership and the tireless efforts of your team, this is a momentous day for Americans who struggle but remain hopeful to build their families. Infertility is on the rise in our country. 1 in 8 couples face infertility. This isn't just a number, it's real lives, dreams, and aspirations of hardworking Americans. The teacher who goes to school each day, surrounded by children, but aching for children of her own. The firefighter who puts his life on the line, but can't create the life he wants at home. The consequences of these challenges can take significant tolls. Some of you watching today have given up or are frustrated because access to IVF treatments has been out of reach. That's why expanding access to IVF has been an issue of great importance to the President. He made this clear in his executive order declaring the administration's goal of supporting American families by enabling access and eliminating barriers to IVF. Today, EMD Serrano is proud to help President Trump deliver on his promise to you. Thanks to the President's leadership, EMD Serrano has worked alongside distributors and other partners to help more families have access to services and innovations that are consistent with other countries. Through our partnership with the administration, we are proud to announce that Americans will have access to our leading IVF therapies for an 84% discount off list prices.
That's amazing.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. Thank you for making this possible.
Thank you very much. That's great. Fantastic.
For more than 40 years, EMD Serrano has been a global leader in fertility. Our science was instrumental in the birth of the first IVF baby in the U.S., and we've helped to bring more than 6 million babies into the world since then. Our purpose is to help create, improve, and prolong life. That means discovering more medicines and bringing them to patients faster. FDA Commissioner McCary has made it a priority to ensure that Americans have access to the world's most innovative treatments as quickly as possible. To that end, EMD Serrano is filing a new IVF therapy called Pergoveris for review under the FDA Commissioner's National Priority Voucher Program. If approved, Pergoveris would combine 2 key reproductive hormones in synergy designed to mimic reproductive physiology. This therapeutic option could mean fewer injections, fewer copays, and lower self-pay cost, all of which make a real difference in the IVF patient experience. In closing, on behalf of EMD Serrano, I want to send my heartfelt thanks to President Trump and the entire administration for their leadership and vision in this critical area of healthcare. Together, we will make a difference in the lives of countless families across this nation and uphold our long-standing legacy of creating life. Thank you.
All right. Come on. I don't know, man. It's live right now.
Mr. President, thank you for your bold leadership.
Come on.
That's allowed our teams to go
Where
far
are we going
beyond
to talk
what anyone
about
thought was
tariffs
possible.
and trade war?
On behalf of the Domestic Policy Council and Vince Haley here, we would like to also thank all the agency partners and the stakeholders that we worked with to get to the solution today that will make a real impact for families.
They're
Specifically,
all
today's
ladies, bro.
historic actions, 4 in total that you see, are made possible by coordination of all of the White House team and 7 agencies, many of who are represented here, and their teams that have worked tirelessly. As you described, Mr. President, the current system isn't working. 7 in 10 Americans don't have coverage to IVF. They face high costs and uncertain outcomes. And there's intense demand for
Trump.
fertility benefits.
Come on, wake
65%
up.
of
Wake the
Americans
markets
say
up,
that
Trump.
they would leave their current job just because of fertility benefits.
Oh, no.
So you asked us to
Oh,
lower
don't-
costs and
don't
to fix
fall
the broken
asleep.
incentives in healthcare. In
Don't fall
addition
asleep.
to lowering the cost of drugs by 73% or $2,200 per cycle, which if you missed it, most people require 2 or 3 cycles. So that's significant savings for families. I'm also going to briefly outline the new solution for coverage. This is a new fertility benefit option that employers can immediately offer to their employees starting today. This afternoon, the Departments of Labor, Health and Human Services, and Treasury will be releasing guidance that, for the first time, creates a legal pathway for employers to offer fertility benefit packages to people that need them, similar to how dental, vision, and life insurance are currently offered. This will be followed up by a regulation. These benefits can address the continuum of fertility needs, from the root causes of IVF, which Secretary Kennedy is working on very hard at HHS, to it'll be a coordinated package that does not exist in traditional health insurance today.
Right.
It'll make it easier for employers, including small and mid-sized employers, to compete for talented employees. Currently, many small businesses cannot afford to offer fertility benefits at all. This is making it possible for them to offer benefits the same way that large companies like Amazon and others offer benefits. This is a pro-family benefit expansion that will transform clinical outcomes by addressing fragmented coverage and care. I'm a physician by training, and it's very important that we have high-quality care. Fertility benefit companies are poised to offer packages that have reported so far roughly 25% higher live birth rates for those that seek care compared to those that don't have such benefits. They also report fewer cycles
trying to undermine
achieve
the
pregnancy,
importance of what's going on.
improved natural pregnancy rates through
Okay,
better
I'm
care
just
before
wanting,
you need IVF,
you know,
and reduced chance of miscarriages, a 21%
let's get
reduction
on
in
with it.
miscarriage rate. Leading physicians in the field have also relayed that these types of benefits significantly improve the patient and doctor experience, allowing both to focus on care rather than navigating the bureaucracy. These impacts are very personal. Here with us today are my good friends, Congressman Richard Hudson of North Carolina and his wife, Renee Hudson. Both have worked in public service for years, including Renee for all 4 years of your past administration, Mr. President, and they struggled with infertility. Today they have a beautiful son who's their pride and joy. He's an amazing boy. But they also suffered multiple losses throughout their fertility journey, something that is very common. Unfortunately, too many people go through the hard, arduous process of IVF and still result in a miscarriage. So today, your option is not only saving money, it's going to improve the quality of care significantly. This new benefit option simultaneously represents the greatest opportunity to expand coverage of IVF that the federal government has ever taken, while also improving the care delivered. Additionally, and very importantly, it gives employers maximum flexibility to design benefits that are consistent with their values. Put simply, this new fertility benefit option means lower costs and more healthy babies. So today, this announcement, we are realigning the industry towards the simple metric of more healthy babies at lower costs. I would now like to introduce Samantha Bush, the wife of NASCAR driver Kyle Busch, who's been a leading advocate for IVF access and affordability after your own infertility journey. Thank you, Mr. President.
What is going on, Jules? Welcome to the stream. Thank you for being
Hello,
here.
everyone. My husband, Kyle, and I battled infertility for over a decade before being blessed with our 2 beautiful children, Brexton, who's 10, and our daughter, Lennox, who's now 3. But our journey was long and painful. We faced 6 rounds of IVF, multiple miscarriages, multiple failed cycles, and countless moments of heartbreak. We faced the roller coaster of hope and devastation that so many families know all too well. Through it all, we held on to faith, each other, and the belief that somehow, someday, God would turn our pain into purpose. We also saw firsthand the staggering financial burden that comes with infertility treatments. Sitting in the waiting room of our fertility clinic, we overheard another couple quietly say that money was the only thing standing in their way of having their family. In that moment, Kyle and I looked at each other, and we knew God was planting a seed in our hearts, a calling to take action. In 2015, that calling became the Bundle of Joy Fund, a nonprofit foundation dedicated to providing financial assistance to couples struggling with infertility. What began as a small act of faith has now grown into something far greater than we could have ever imagined. To date, we've granted over $2 million directly to individuals, helping them pay for their IVF treatments, and we've celebrated the birth of 108 beautiful babies through our fund. Thank you.
Waiting for markets
Each baby
to close.
is a
Good
living,
point,
breathing
Jay.
testament to hope, community, and God's grace. For every tear we cried, for every shot we gave, every doctor's appointment that ended in disappointment, Kyle and I knew there had to be a greater reason. This was God's plan for us, to use our journey to advocate, empower, and be the voice to those battling in silence. Over the past 12 years, we've worked hard to raise awareness, erase stigma, and bring hope to the 1 in 6 couples that will face infertility. Infertility can be incredibly isolating. It can leave you questioning your faith, your body, and your future. But it can also reveal a strength that you never knew you had inside of you. It can deepen love, it can bring couples closer together, and it unites people through a shared struggle. Our goal has always been to show others that they are not alone, that there is a powerful community of infertility warriors behind them. Today, seeing President Trump acknowledge infertility on a national stage is profoundly moving. It's no longer a whispered conversation behind closed doors. It is a recognized, validated struggle that so many families have to endure. His leadership reminds us that those in positions of power can make real and lasting changes for generations to come. Their willingness to bring this issue forward shows that they not only hear our community, but they truly care about us. Thank you, Mr. President, and to your family for shining a light on infertility and for standing by couples like Kyle and I, for standing by couples who only want to hear the words mommy and daddy, who want to watch our children open their Christmas presents on Christmas morning, who want to see the world anew through the joy in their kids' eyes. Your acknowledgement honors the power of family, faith, and love, the very values that make America the greatest country in the world.
All right,
It's
guys.
proof
Is
that
this just some big promo, or are we actually going to get an announcement about tariffs, trade, or something that will at least affect the crypto market? What is gonna happen here, guys?
Probably come on up
Here we
for a
go.
second. What a job you're doing. Yeah, say a few words, Bob.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for your vision, your commitment to our country. When my uncle was president, the fertility rate in this country was 3.5%. Today, it is 1.6%. The replacement rate, in other words, the amount of fertility that you need in order to keep your population even, is 2.1%. We are below replacement right now. That is a national security threat to our country. And we know why this is happening. And President Trump is addressing the root causes through his MAHA agenda of reducing endocrine disruptors, the exposure to chemicals that decrease fertility. Today, the average teenager in this country has 50% of the sperm count, 50% of the testosterone as a 65-year-old man. Our girls are hitting puberty 6 years earlier. And that's bad, but also our parents aren't having children. Parents who want to have children do not have access. I have 7 children. I feel that God has blessed me with that, and I can't imagine how different my life would be if I did not have that blessing. I want to point out also that this morning Harvard University released a study that showed that the obesity rates have now climbed over 70%. And this, again, is for the same reason we're flooding our kids. We're poisoning mass poisoning a generation of kids with chemicals. President Trump has instructed us to stop these problems at the root cause. But he's also recognized that there are people who are injured, people who are not living their life to the fullest, and he's addressing that. Last week, we made GLP drugs available at Most Favored Nation. And this week, it's IVF. Oh, I want to thank you so much for that, Mr. President. I saw on an airplane the other day, you said that you didn't believe that you were going to get to heaven. You're doing God's work here. You've made peace in the Middle East, which is beyond anybody's imagination. And now you're giving millions of Americans a chance to have babies. And you're doing this while the government is locked down by the Democrats. But this administration has not stopped working for the American people. And that's because of your energy, your commitment, your vision, and I want to thank you for allowing me to be part of it.
And he's doing a great job. And by the way, Kyle is fantastic. So he's got a lot of courage. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't care. Howard, you and I would not be good at that. We'd go about 30 miles an hour, but we'd be safe. Anyway, so thank you very much. Any questions, please?
Mr. President, you posted earlier today.
Yeah, please.
Mr. President, this is a major campaign promise that you made. It was a big hot topic towards the end of the election. You're delivering on that again. I actually had a question for Secretary Kennedy or Dr. Heidi. Dr. Heidi, you said something that I thought was really important. You talked about how this coverage option, this benefit option, gives companies the maximum flexibility to design benefits consistent to their values. I was wondering if either you or the President could expand on that and talk about why that's an important thing to understand about this program.
Yes. Thank you. It's a great question. We think that employers are best situated to know what them and their employees want to contribute to in relation to their benefits. So employers are going to be able to decide how to cover the root causes of infertility, things like obesity, metabolic health, and other things that are impacting infertility. And also, if they want to encourage their employees to see certain types of doctors, and they can work with providers that are identifying the highest quality fertility providers. And so it puts them in the driver's seat. And our view is that we want employers to be the ones that can make those decisions, not the government. Thank you.
All right. That's a good answer.
Yeah, it was.
That was a very good answer. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Mr. President, previously you did not seem to be bothered regarding Hamas cracking down on what you called gangs. Actually, a couple of gangs. And today you issued a threat against Hamas on Truth Social. What has changed?
And what was said? Go ahead.
You said if they continue keep killing innocents in Gaza, that if that continues, the United States will go after them.
I issued a strong statement. That's right.
But they used to be gangs, and now you're saying innocents. What made you think they're innocents now?
Well, I'm looking at what's happening, and that wasn't the deal that was made, and we'll see what happens. It's calmed down. It's a tough neighborhood. We know that. We have a commitment from them, and I assume they're going to honor that commitment. I hope they do. And I understand they brought back some additional bodies today. It's a rough deal when you think of it, right? Very rough. We have our hostages back completely. We were very lucky with that. But it's a tough situation. They brought back bodies today, as you probably know. But they also said they're going to behave. We're going to find out if they behave. If they behave, good. If they don't behave, we'll take care of it. Yeah, please.
Following up on that,
I didn't say you.
Mr. President,
You CNN, fake news. Go ahead.
You said in your post that if they kept killing people in Gaza, we would have no choice but to go in and kill them. So do you mean U.S. forces would go in and take out Hamas?
No, I didn't say who would go in, but somebody will go in. It's not going to be us. We won't have to. There are people very close, very nearby that will go in. They'll do the trick very easily, but under our auspices.
Could I follow up? You also posted about your call with President Putin today, and you spoke about
you gotta love him, bro.
Do you have a timeline or a
You gotta love him,
I would
bro.
say within 2 weeks or so. Pretty quick. Marco Rubio is going to be meeting with his counterpart, as you know, Lavrov. and they'll be meeting pretty soon. They're going to set up a time and a place very shortly. Maybe it's already set up. They've already spoken. And I thought it was a very good phone call. I thought very productive. But I'll be meeting with President Putin, and we'll make a determination. Tomorrow I'm meeting with President Zelensky, and I'll be telling him about the call. I mean, we have a problem. They don't get along too well, those two, and it's sometimes tough to have meetings, so we may do something where we're separate but equal. We'll meet and talk parties, but this is a terrible relationship the two of them have, and it's one of those things. I've seen things that nobody would believe, but this is one of them. So we're going to be meeting in Hungary. Viktor Orban is going to be hosting, and it's really something that's time. Last week, over 7,000 people were killed. That's ridiculous. And you know, it doesn't affect our country. We're not losing people. We're not losing Bobby. We're not losing Americans, but they're losing Russians, Ukrainians, mostly soldiers, for the most part, soldiers. And we think we're going to get it. We hope we're going to get it stopped. I thought this would be, because of my relationship with President Putin, I thought this would be very quick. And it's turned out to be, who would think I did Middle East before I did this? We did a total of 8 now, 7 and now 8. And we're going to make this number 9.
Sir, you said you posted that there was great progress. Can you tell us a little bit about that? Was it a shift in Putin's tone? Was it something new? He told you? Did he give you any message to give?
You're talking about the whole
President Zelensky tomorrow.
It just seems to me that, look, it's only a field. That's all I've done in my whole life. I've made deals. I know about deals. I do it well. I don't think any president's ever ended a war, frankly. One war, I did 8 of them, Maria, right? And but I don't know, did Bush ever end? Do you think Biden ended a war? Biden started wars because he was stupid. But do you think Biden ended any wars? No. I don't know of anybody that ended wars. I ended 8 of them. Now it's going to be 9. I think we're going to have this one done hopefully soon. But I'll be meeting him probably over the next 2 weeks. First, Marco is going to be meeting. And the vice president, as you know, is very much involved. The whole team is involved. Steve Witkoff will be involved. Yeah, please.
What did you tell them about the Tomahawks? Did you discuss the Tomahawk missiles? Did you discuss?
Well, we talked about it a little bit. Didn't say much, but I do say to you, we need Tomahawks for the United States of America, too. We have a lot of them, but we need them. I mean, we can't deplete for our country. So, they're very vital. They're very powerful. They're very accurate. They're very good, but we need them, too. So I don't know what we can do about that.
Why do you think a second meeting with Putin now will yield different results?
Well, I think Alaska actually set a stage, and that wasn't very long ago, but it set a stage. You have to understand, I came into this situation. I didn't start this war. This is a Biden deal. And I came into it, and it was a mess. It could have led to World War III. In my opinion, this could have led to World War III. That won't happen, but it could have. So I came in, this war was raging. When I left, this wasn't even a thought. For 4 years, nobody talked about it. I spoke to President Putin about Ukraine. It was the apple of his eye, but there was never going to be doing anything like this. And this all went because of some really bad decisions that were made. And look what you have. You have millions of people dead. You have just a horrible, horrible situation. I'm doing it to save souls. That's all I'm doing it for. I'm not doing it for us. We have an ocean between us. I'm doing it also to help Europe. They want to have it ended, but they're unable to do it. I'm able to do it. So I think we'll be successful. We'll save a lot of lives. It should have been done. Should have never started. This would have never happened if the election weren't rigged. This would have never happened. But it did happen. And I'll get it stopped. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, you mentioned a $1,300 drug at the top of this. Were you referring to the weight loss drugs?
Yeah, I was referring to Ozempic or I was the fat loss drug.
So those are going to be $150 out of pocket for Americans.
They'll be much lower. They'll be much lower. Yeah, go ahead, please.
We have not negotiated those yet. We're going to be rolling these out over time. The GOP category of drugs, which includes Ozempic, have not been negotiated yet.
What's the timeline for that?
But
sir?
it will. It'll come down, like everyone else.
Okay. Any timeline on those negotiations?
No, but I think those are going to come down pretty fast, and we do have, I guess, some alternatives.
The president will be happy with the result, and until he is, we're not going to close those negotiations. Thank you.
Except it'll happen.
Got it.
Mr. President, what's your message to pro-life conservatives? Some pro-life conservatives have religious objections to IVF and are already critical of this policy. What's your message to them?
I don't know about the views of that. I'm just looking to do something because, pro-life, I think this is very pro-life. You can't get more pro-life than this. Please.
Mr. President, you've been talking about how this new benefit plan will also include root cause treatments for infertility. How will you make sure that those root cause treatments are equally accessible to IVF?
Well, I think we're going to be doing that. Would anybody like to talk about that subject?
I'll comment
Please.
on the rulemaking process. I think it's the determination, again, Secretary of Labor, the Department of Labor is issuing their intent today to open up the rulemaking process, again, for more flexibility. Anytime that you have a president who's leading when you can offer more access to health care at a lower rate is a benefit to the American people and to the end user, and that's exactly what he's doing. And so you heard before that through the Q&A guidance that was issued today with the other agencies, that will give guidance to our employers and the employees about what the flexibility of that is, and then again opening that rulemaking process for further determination of the access that can be had offered in those benefits for all different types of health care access is the goal of the Department of Labor.
Good answer.
Thank you.
I like this better. I just say, they can do better than me. Yeah, please.
President, do you think
Good job, Larry. You're doing a fantastic job.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I shouldn't tell. I won't say it. But I will not say that she was recommended by the Teamsters. Can you believe it? And she's turned out to be a gem, an absolute gem. You're doing a great job. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, John Bolton was just indicted. Do you think we can see your deal-making skills applied to the government shutdown anytime soon?
Well, look, all we want to do is just extend. We don't want anything. We just want to extend, live with the deal that they had. They want to spend $1.5 trillion on illegal immigrants, and they want to destroy health care for everyone else, and it's crazy. It's crazy. People that are here illegally, they want to spend $1.5 trillion. So we're just not going to do it. No, we have to take care of our health care. Now, we're doing that today, and we're doing it with, favored nations, the most favored nations. Your costs are going to be dropping greatly. And I'm really happy that it's at the beginning of my administration, because I did insulin and got it down to like $25, but it doesn't kick in. It didn't kick in for 2 years by statute, so it couldn't kick in. And I said, boy, I hope I win this election, because if I don't, somebody else is going to take credit for it, Bobby. And sure as can be, Biden said he didn't even know what the hell was happening, and it was a hard thing for me to do. I got insulin way down. What was it before that? It was just massive. It was impossible to afford. And sure as can be, because it was statute, it couldn't have been earlier. I said, boy, this falls into the next administration. I better win. And all of a sudden, I watched this Biden taking credit for something that I did. And on other things, too. We had a lot of things kick in. So the nice part about this is at the beginning of our administration, so I think we're going to see the fruits of our labor. And I hope on our other situation that we've talked so much about, autism, I hope we're going to see some very good results based on the recommendations that we made. And, we have time to watch those results now.
President, John Bolton was just indicted by a grand jury in Maryland. Do you have a reaction to that?
I didn't know that. You tell me for the first time, but I think he's, a bad person. I think he's a bad guy. Yeah, he's a bad guy. It's too bad, but it's the way it goes.
The case against him?
That's the way it goes, right? That's the way it goes. Will I what?
Have you reviewed the case against him?
No, I haven't. But I just think he's a bad person. Okay, anybody else?
What's the timeline for the IVF drug through the National Commissioner Priority Review Voucher? Dr. McCary?
What do you think, Doctor?
Yeah. So, first of all, the national...
All right, guys. So, you know what? This is... It looks like it's going to be nothing, right? Nothing for anything related to economic policy or the market, anything that's going to directly affect the market. And now, while it wasn't necessarily enough to really pump the market, it wasn't really anything to cause a big drop in the market either. So, you know, and also, guys, I do apologize, but unfortunately, guys, this did take longer than expected. And I do apologize. I do apologize, guys, because, you know, I really was hoping to do some more analysis for you guys tonight. Unfortunately, I won't be able to do that. We have been live here now for going on 3 hours or so, waiting for President Trump. Unfortunately, he was late to his own announcement, but it's okay. I will do my best, guys, to be live in the morning. We will cover the market reaction going into tomorrow. We'll be taking a look at Bitcoin, Ethereum, Dogecoin, and altcoins tomorrow morning to see what we might expect going into the weekend. If that sounds good, don't forget to smash the like button if you haven't yet done so, please. It greatly, greatly helps the stream. So thank you guys for all of you that have smashed the like button. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you are new. Check the links in the description. Sign up for BYDFi to get a $1,000 deposit bonus that ends October 31st. Again, thank you for being here, and I look forward to seeing you all in the next live stream.
Wow, this is incredible. Driving through the future.